utan när vi
Siitä paljon heittänyt sisävalopäivänä.
Solstjärna klubb i Växjö alla.
Harri Kurinen klubi.
Akademi.
Test, test, test. Test, test, test.
Harri.
Ei saa mitään. Voittaa.
Testing. Good morning and a warm welcome to Murrayfield on this very early Saturday morning. We're in draw 6 this morning, and we are covering the game between Tommy Rantamäki from Finland and Martin Lill from Estonia. The team standings for these guys are Martin Lill has won one and lost one, and Tommy Rantamäki has only played the one game. So we're just underway. First stone's been put onto the button, and a corner guard being asked for by the lead. You'll have to bear with me with some of these names. They are some wonderful names. Jermu Polianen. So laying a corner guard. So Fred Ranver is going to try and come up to the shot here. My English has been tested this morning by the two foreign teams. Tommy Rantamäki was here last year at the European Mix and went away with a bronze medal. So he knows his way about Edinburgh quite well. So just drawing a fraction. Ice is still running pretty well. And a bit change in the ice staff last night. We have to say congratulations to our head iceman, Douglas Baxter. His wife gave birth to a healthy baby boy last night, 1 o'clock this morning. So Aaron Forsyth is in for a long day, but all the players said yesterday the ice was good. So just coming here to take the shot out. Successful. So Slim Sildunik coming round the guard. This was the sheet we were on last night. Was when Mowat and Brewster were on. We can cover 3 sheets this weekend, but we're taking this sheet this morning. Elsewhere, next door, Stuart Taylor is playing Jazeski from Poland. Abu Kaus playing Kiss. Frederick Nyman is playing Graham Black, and on the faraway sheet, Lee McCleary is playing Kyle Smith. So round the back of the guard. So Jari Silverman coming through in turn. We're just moving the guard. So Slim Zeldernik to put the guard back. So in turn. We know that the Sander swing finishes at the end. So, good shot. So, taking the guard off here. Ooh. So Martinell. Another one of these teams that plays down the rink, calling the game, but plays third stones. So just playing the same guard. These guys got 3 games today. They played twice yesterday. So good guard laid. So Pekka Pereira. So coming to this at battering weight. So yeah, got that. Cracking stone. Then behind the guard. So Martinell is going to play a similar type of weight and roll in behind the guard. Just rolled too far this time. So Swede's going to, the Finn's going to know this and draw around the guard. Pekka just trying to come round the guard. Sweepers were just right onto that quickly. He swept that all the way. Yeah, they've got that in for shot. That was swept from the hand. That'll wake them up this morning. So it's Harry Lill, who's also the coach, but he's playing this weekend. Playing weight at this. liked it, just maybe a bit heavy. So, Finn's in with a good chance now. Just trying to decide what to do here. They want to split that and roll, or whether to play the same shot they've just played. Put it back there. So, first stone that we've seen an out turn down this track this morning. Ice has been pretty constant this weekend, consistent. Don't know if it's a full dead draw, or if he's still trying to move this yellow and roll in a bit, trying to stop all doubles. Sweepers are on it now. Didn't just run out of handle there. Got the bigger. It's funny, you think when there was less handle it would draw less, but in actual fact it's quite the opposite. A slow handle means that it will draw further. Stone grips the ice and takes off. So, just trying to play a so they're playing the in turn straight weight. Got to be careful here he doesn't hit the inside of the outside of the stone, stick it back onto his blue and give the Finns a free draw for 3. So here's Harry Hill. Sorry, Harry Lill, not Hill. This looks as if it's drawing. Doing exactly what I said he shouldn't do. And there's a free draw for 3. So Tommy Rantamanki. Free draw. So, play the same shot he's just played. We'll see how true that draw was. He's got more of a handle on it this time. Still a fair draw there. So, no, a good draw. So that's a 3 to Tommy Rantamaki at the first end. Good start for the Finns. A good win yesterday morning over Stuart Taylor. Young up-and-coming team from Scotland. We are 1 up this morning. Playing the Poles. Yeski. Kyle Smith's taking a win at the first end against Lee McCleary. That's a bit of a local derby. Abercouse and Kiss have drawn a blank at the first end. So here we go, second end. Jeremy Polanen. Out turn. Top of the 4th called. Yeah, that'll do. So Martin calling for the corner. So Fred Renvert asked for the corner, which he played. So just asked to put it back, put one back on the top of the 4. They're quite happy. 3 at the first, they'll keep the game in the house. Ask the opposition the questions. So just nursing it. Yeah, good shot right onto the top of the 12. So Martin just going to ignore that, and he's going to come try to get something going by coming around his corner guard. So Fred Renvert coming round. So yeah, come to the back of the house. They'll see most of it, I would think. So just take the shot out. See if he catches the guard, there's no harm done. So in turn, sweet and hard. So, I don't know, it's all behind the back of there. Bit of a nest there. Something for Martin Earl to make a play on. Just play the draw. So Seems to do it. Coming round. Just been asked to be a wee bit shorter than his counterpart. Swooping hard. It's just coming to the legs, I think the front of the face of this yellow at the front. Weight was good, just a wee bit offline. Just taking this blue away. Quite happy with that. Yellow still line 3. Martin not really getting much going here. Trying to play the hit and roll. Right on it, in turn. Yeah, good shot. Gives Tommy something to think about. Going to play the in turn. Immediately called off. So Hanny Lil and Martin Lil just going to play the draw right up to the yellows. Make it as difficult as possible for Tommy to get it out. If the wedge in there, it'll not move. So Martin Lil coming on the in turn. This is drawing. No swing. So Tommy just going to hit and roll back in front of his yellows on the end turn. Pick up where just played the end turn. So just keeping the stone clean. Perfectly played. So, after a small consultation, they're going to try and take the double. If it draws, they'll try and play for the hit and roll in behind the blue guard. So in turn. Sweeper in. Nice shot. So Tommy Rackham just going to play it in turn and try and roll to the wing, leave himself line 2. So Harry Hill has got to forced to take his 1. So yes, sweeping for line. So, see who's the shot from the overhead, and the yellow is the shot. So it's the same shot for 2. Harry Lill just trying to play shot, just the same as what he's just played. Sweeper's nursing that quickly, but I don't think it's really needing a lot of sweeping. Yeah, looks pretty good. Yep, that'll be a 2 back. No, it's alright, my mistake. There's still 2 stones to come. Sorry about that. So Tommy going to hit the one at the back. So Tommy and Antamagi coming to take this one out. So Harry Lill going to have the same shot for his 2. This is the last stone this time. To Harry Lill. Did that perfectly. So 2 shots. So score after 2 ends is 3-2 to the Finns. Finns now with the hammer. Elsewhere, Abercoust has taken a 2 to go 2-0 up. So Fred Ranville, Stone in lead. Just as but short. Good shot. So Shermu Palan going to be asked for the corner guard. So corner guard up. Nice to get into the house. It's actually going into the house. Happy to have it in the house. Elsewhere, Frederick Nyman has gone 2-0 up on Graham Black, and Lee McCleary has taken 2 against Kyle Smith. So that's 2-1 to Lee McCleary. So Fred Ranvert just trying to take this Yellowstone away. So a nice roll too, just not quite far enough, but into the middle. So Jeremy Polanen asked to take this one away. Nice weight. Sweeping it back the other way. So, back to the wing. Martin Lill asking Sim Sadinik just to play the same shot and see if we can get round the gut into the hit and roll. Long roll, difficult shot, difficult to judge. Just nursing the stone, just failing, rolling out. Tomer Antamaki going to use the guard. Quite a lot of cases you would probably see the guard coming off, but with the last stone he feels he's got an opportunity. So just to come round on the in turn. They played this hand quite a lot the first time they went up here, so they've got a good idea of the weight and the line. Swinging now. From my camera point, that's about half buried. So that's not a bad effort. So Simpson just going to ask to move that back. Maybe a bit heavier than I thought at first. So sweeping it hard all the way. Off again. Just looking after the stone. Yep, that's a good shot. Rolled away to the wing. So Tommy going to just draw to this. And they lead the corner guard, so they know the line. Jerry Suleiman coming to the back one. Not quite drawing as much as they thought, but nice weight. Anyway, line the shot, so Martin Lill is going to hit that out, try and get a roll. Elsewhere, Stuart Taylor has stolen a 3 against the Poles to be 4-0 up after 2. Good start for the young Scottish team, RCA team. So Martin Lill playing the intern. Swept that all the way, and looks I think that's out. It is. So it gives Tommy Rantimaki, their player, the chance to come round. Then they know the ice, it's just a question of getting the weight right. Nice draw in there. This is not the last time. And the second player played it. Sweeping hard. Just barely the weight. And struggling to get round the guard. Always looked light. So Martin Lill's now got the chance with the other hand to come round. So Martin Lill trying to come round, out turn. Now they had a go at the last time coming down here, and there was a big swing. This looks like it's coming to the guard as well. Just misjudged it a bit. Just tap your own one up you've just played. So Bekapura coming just to touch his own one he's just played up into the house. Sweepers in no hurry. Heavier weight, just too much. So not an awfully good shot. So good chance here. They can come either hand really, but I think they might. Seem to be happier coming on the in turn. Harry Hill quite happy to go on the out turn, but overruled. Don't think there was much argument. You could come either way. So Harry Hill just in turn draw, try and get it in behind his two blues, so they're well protected. In turn, coming up. So, looks a bit wide at the moment. Still in the yellow. Well, that's one way to do it. Looking at hitting the blue nearest to the centre line, taking the double of blues and rolling across onto his yellow, or is he going to play the draw? That's his two alternatives. I think he's deciding to play the draw. So again, in turn draw behind the cover. Fighting the four round the guard would be good. So just discussing the weight. So in turn draw, Tommy Ratamaki. Not curling as much as they thought it was going to. Lovely weight. Just discussing which way they're going to take this yellow out. So Harry Lill in turn. He'll see it all. The only thing he can't be is tight here. So, successful shot. Lies two. Trying to force Tommy to take his one. Just has to move it a wee bit. Will they play this just back of the house weight? So last stone. Here at the third end. Tommy Rantamaki facing 2. Called that on very quickly. Lot of frantic sweeping. And that's a disaster for the Finns. They're going to give away a 3 against the head. Just very tight, so bonus there for the Estonians. They now take a 2-shot lead after 3 ends. 5-3. Quite scrappy. So, back to the fourth end. I think the Stones were delighted with that last end. 3-0. So 2 up. Going to the fourth end. First stone, Fred Renvert. Yeah, good shot right on top of the floor. So we'll see how Tommy reacts to that. So Jeremy Planning asks for the guard. So we'll see how they react. Graham Black has just scored 2 to square up his game against Fred Nyman. And Kyle Smith blank the third end, so it's still 2-1 to Lee McCleary. Lots of tight games. Anybody interested in coming along, the club's open today. You can also contact us as well by on our Twitter account, hashtag EICC_2014, and the Twitter account at EICC_2014. Or you can email us on info@edinburghicc.co.uk and we'll answer your questions. So, right up tight, just short. Now, still free guard zone, so can't hit it out of play, but you can move it. So they're going to play the out turn. I've not seen much down this hand this morning. Out turn. Next. Sweeping it. They're trying to dig it round the back, but it's curling now. Martin Lalas of the strike hit no in. So Simpson in it. So takes that away. So, just trying to come round his own corner's guard. Trying to see if we can get something going here. So we're now to take it right back to the back of the house. Just leaving it quite open. So Sims in it, coming round just to take that one back. On it very, very quickly. I think he was very, very tight. Moves the guard to the other side. So Tommy asking just to move the front one and roll to cover his own one. So out turn. Yeah, that's all right. Got the second one into the house. Trying to get his two to get back into the game. Martin Alt is going to hit this out. So Martinell out turn, trying to hit and lie here. Swept all the way, good on the nose. So Pecapuera, we asked to hit one of them. Out turn, went to hit and roll across. Not a bad effort. So Harry Lill asking Martin just to hit that. So again, out turn. So Martinell out turn. Trying to lie. asking to hit and roll that shooter onto the front there. He's going to play the in turn. So Pekka, the third player, just going to strange how one team favours one hand, the other team favours the other. So close for shot. Going with the overhead, it's very close. Lil's just trying to hit that on the nose. I think we'll take both of them away and get a bit of action off the just deciding where they actually want to hit the stone. So, made their minds up, they are using the out turn. Zolt Kiss has taken a 1 against Abercouse to bring back to 2 down. The 4 finished teams here this weekend. So yeah, that's quite a good shot. So trying to draw around. So Tommy Randomaggi just trying to draw here. So trying to draw around behind the guard here. Yeah, first time we tried to play a draw around that guard, so they really weren't sure of the ice. So, Harry Lil just going to take this away and force him to take his 1. I don't see him getting 2 out of this. So, Harry Lil on the out turn. good. So, draw against 2 to force him to take his 1. So, Tommy Rantamagi just going to try and rescue the end. So draw to the 4 foot. Shooting hard. Yeah, that was well swept. That's a 1 to Tommy Rantamagi. So let's say 5-4 to Tommy. Sorry, to Martin Lill. So here we go, 5th end. So Tommy Rantamagi, Jeremy Pallant just asked for it short. Really haven't played the last 2 ends very well. And the Estonian guys have capitalised. Took a good 3, forced him to take his 1, so they'll be feeling quite good. 1 up with a hammer. So Fred Renvart to come round the guard. So just nursing it. Yeah, good shot. Maybe a couple of feet too far. Elsewhere, Fred Nyman has scored a 2 to go 2 up on Graham Black. And Kyle Smith has played a split to get 3 to go 2 up on Lee McCleary. So score there 4-2 after 4. So the Finns just trying to follow that blue stone, sit in the back of it, try and get something going. Yeah, that's a nice shot. And the Estonian's quite happy just to play the draw shot again. This is on top of it. So Fred Renvart asked for a similar shot. Just nursing it. Coming now. Yeah, that's a pretty good shot. So again, just enough to be here. So Jerry Silverman asked for. Just try and flop off that blue one. So we've got on the high side at the moment. Coming now. Getting a wee train here. So as we can see from the overhead, Yellow's line the shot, but the blue's not in a bad place. So the stone in. Sims the Derek just has to hit the front yellow. We're on this right away and it's curling. I think he's away with the guard. Don't think the skip will be too pleased with that. So gives the Finn something to play with now. Yeah, I think just put someone back there out the front. So Josie Silverman coming out just to put that Yellowstone probably just about on the centre line. Keep all their options open. This at the moment looks a high line. Yeah, that's a pretty good shot. So second player trying to make up for his mistake the last time. Which he's done. That yellow's quite lonely in there. I think they'll have to put it back. Yes, I think they'll have to come into there. So quite an attacking end here. Plenty stones been in and around the button. The third player has to come right in if he can, if it's the right line. Yeah, that's a good shot. So Martin just trying to remove that yellow. Hack weight and roll to the wing. Get another one in the house. So hack weight. That's Nice shot. Maybe not quite what he was asking for, but he's come out of it with a lovely result. Line 2. Bit of a nest at the back though, yeah, and yeah. You play that on the out turn. We know there's a big swing in there. So pick up error just to sit right on top of the button. Sweeping hard now. See the draw on that. That's going sideways. Also not the weight. A good chance here for the Estonians. Just to sit one. Just there, top of the floor. You know what? I was going to say they've taken the brush where. Got to be positive. So out turned by Martinwell to the top of the floor. Need to take every inch of this ice. Because we know there's a big swing there, that's away. Well, I think the same draw's still there. We know there's a big swing into there. There is a draw there. There's a big swing on that out turn. They can get round that blue guard. Yeah, that's where he's indicating. I think that's the right call. He needs a lot more ice than he took the last time. Last time they took the edge of the blue, and it came up to where the yellow was. The Estonian Lil, he took about the same, a wee bit heavier, but yeah, he's taken fully a foot more. Big shot. If he makes this, he's in a good place. Now in previous sessions on this sheet, it does draw there. Big finish. Stones were turned here at Murrayfield at the beginning of the week, so we've got a fair grip on them. So, Tommy Rantamaki just trying to come right around that blue, and if he can, come quite near and sit in the back blue. In a good place if he can make this shot. Certainly out there. And we know this finishes. It's just maybe fraction too much ice. So the two Lils trying to work out They're line 2. Maybe a chance for a bigger end. Just to try to decide where to go. They're thinking of playing the hit and roll here. We'll have to roll in. If we can see the overhead, if we can see how much he's got to roll. Yeah, he's got to roll a fair bit to get in for shot. So, Harry Lill just trying to play this. Never know, there's a big swing there if he cuts the weight. Obviously quite happy with it. Yeah, that blocks all draws, so not really an awful lot on here. What you can't see, of course, there's like another guard blocking that yellow tap, so that's struggling to play that. So I think it's really just a question of how many you're going to lose here. There's an angle on the one he's just played, so you could even get a really big end here. So the only shot I can see of getting him to get shot is tap. But you'd make this 1 in 100. So I think that's what he's looking at. It's the only shot he's got on. So this will be interesting. Playing tap. A very difficult shot. It's away, I think. That's certainly 3, I think. Looking at how they can increase, they've already got 5 stones in the house there. Let's think if there's a way they can get to this yellow. Off the one that's out in the open, it's not a bad shout. I think you're looking at that. I can't. I don't know if we can actually physically see enough. Well, they seem to think they can't. It's a shot they're going to play it, and they're going to have a go at this. They seem to think they can get round and touch their own blue onto the yellow and push it back. They overswept it. So 3 shots. Just a fraction overcalled, or just a bit overplayed. Still, the Estonians will be quite happy. 3 shots. Finns have really gone off the boil since the first couple of ends. They took a good 3 at the first and played a bad shot at the second, and since then have never really recovered. So 8-4, the Estonians lead. Going down the 6th. So, first stone 6th end, top 4. Fred Renvar, who's played very well, has just nailed that shot all morning. So, Tomaki's lead. Janu Polanen. Corner guard, that's what. Sultan Kiss has taken 1 to pull back to 5-2. And Graham Black's taken 1 to pull back to 4-3. Lee McCleary blanked the end, so he's still 2 down. And Stuart Taylor is 4 up, but they're still playing the 5th. He's lying 1 just touching the 12 foot with 1 stone to come. So Fred Renvar just asked for the same shot again. Sweeper's just there or thereabouts. Pretty good shot. Just keep it in the house. We're 4 up. Nothing to worry about at this stage. So another corner guard. It's do or die time now for the Finns. So Martinell just going to take the guards away. That's the 2 guards away. big weight. So just the one guard left now. Just going to put back another corner guard. See if we can get something going. Yeah, just Sulmanat just putting the corner guard on where he was asked. So Yazicki from Poland has also taken his one. So Martinell's been asked to have another look, see if the double's on, take the double in the guards. Yeah, he said yes. So Simsadinik just going to big weight. Well, he got the double, but he's left it there, near the middle. I think the time has come to come around this guard. Yeah, I think you've got to bring it into play. Just move that front blue stone 2 or 3 feet behind the tee line, and you can maybe use that later on in the end. Back of the 8 foot weight asked for. So just a full draw more than L just to move this blue stone. Skip asking where it is. Communication's the whole thing in this game. That's certainly where he asked for it. Yep. So Harry Lil, Martin Lil just discussing which way they're going to do this. Harry wanted to take the double in the guards again. So still trying to work out which way they want to take this off. So after much discussion, Martin Lil quite happy with this. That's alright. As long as not the yellow back into the blues. Just play the same shot again. So just ask for the in turn. Lots of shouting. He's just maybe lacking in a pound of weight here. I think he's trying to play the double here. So Martinell, 4 up, line 2. 2 yellows in front of his. Just trying to remove them. Well, he can hit the object stone there, but still alright, still line the 2. So, pick up where just asked to come to the blue stone. Short the last time. He's just struggled with the weight this morning. This is drawing. So, remove the easy one. See if we can get it on the outside. We get the double, we get the double. So, on the out turn, quarter stone, we get the 2 of them. Sweepers on right away. I think they've held that. Yeah, that's a lovely shot. So, Finn's an all bother again, 3 against, 2 stones to come. Elsewhere, Kyle Smith has just beaten Lee McCleary. That's Kyle Smith unbeaten. 3 out of 3. All the other games, apart from our game, still work to be done. So Tommy Landemaggi just trying to come in here. So So he's coming up. So I think the blue line 2. Yeah. Just set a blue roughly where that brush is sitting just now. That would be awfully good. I don't think you have to move it. Just where your brush is, yes. I agree with that. So in turn. For Harry Lilt, just telling the sweepers where they're wanting it. So, Harry Lilt trying to just stick it into the cleft here. If he was to sit it right in the middle, it would be an awfully good shot. It's a bit high at the moment. Coming now. I'm happy with it. Just going to be very difficult to get the shot here. He can't hit the front blue because the front blue would stay. I think he's going to have to hit. Even that's going to be difficult to hit the front blue that's on the 8 foot and try and spring it across. Just facing all sorts of bother. Can certainly get one out of this, but I can't see him getting two. So Tommy Rantamaki, last stone, sixth end, and it's coming at big weight. One blue and the shake of the hand, so that's one to the blues there. So good win there for Martin Lilt. Played very well. I've seen the Finns play better, but that gives Rantamaki 1 win and 1 defeat. Martin Lilt 2 wins and 1 defeat. Yes, they're happy. They played well this morning. I thought the front end of the Estonians played exceptionally well. Put the Finns under pressure right from the word go. So anyway, we'll be back later on. We're covering a game later on. I think it's either Kyle Smith or Abu Kaus, but that'll be 125. So for now, thank you and cheerio. They're just doing the draw shot challenge here just now. This is for two to Kyle Smith. Kyle Smith. Kyle Smith's finished, but he took a 2 and then the shoot happens. So, good stone there. Measured by the umpires, that will decide where, if they've got the last stone for the next game. Tommy just checking.
koitetaan. Nyt yritetään. Nyt jumalauta nyt yritetään. Me tehtiin vähän sellainen tyylinen ratkaisu tuossa eilen illalla. Käytiin aivan huikea paikka oli kyllä. On löysikö se joo. Pidi Mali kanssa tällainen irkkuupeli. Oliko Kengin liikenteessä?
Siis, mitä 7 aikaa? Siellä on sellainen meno niinku päällä ja yritetään sinne lääkärin pihalle korvaa.
Se oli ihan täysin
Järjetön vauhti.
Vittu kun niinku lauletaan pubissa ja niinku
Sellaista, tiedätkö, 10 ajaa kaulat päin ja vedetään vittu niin täysiin living on a prayer niinku lähdetään. Ja ihan ympäri kupia. Aivan vittu järjetön.
Siinä tuli sellainen fiilis, että on helvetin hyvä, että jollain niinku oikeesti hauskaa. Siinä oli niinku oikeesti sen näköistä, että täällä on hauskaa.
Ei saa olla rauhassa vaan.
Mentiin nurkkaan istumaan, joku saatana tuli siihen heilumaan juttu vieressä, hirveä huuto.
Kyllä me löydettiin siitä semmonen loossi, mistä me purjotettiin.
Poika hiljaa.
Eikö tää vai missään olla rauhassa, saatana?
Tässä on vaan tärkeää nyt pärjätä, koska meillä on nyt empirinen tutkimuskopio meidän pelifilosofiasta.
Kumpi toimii?
Voi olla hieno, kun mä signaalina kaljalle pelireissulla, jos me hävitään kantaa. Tovi ei kyllä tilannut sitä.
Joka luokka.
Tää on ihan independent.
Kaatte sitten pikku Vilperi juoksee Villoskissa paikalle. Hyvät vaan jää. Mä aina kateellista katsotaan ja hänen. Kokeile joku peli jälkeen vahingossa. Se ei sitä takia ole ravata. Meillä oli joku niin kivankin oikein semmoinen uussokin oikein kanssa. Se meni ensimmäisen vaiheen kyllä ääni. Katsomaan saadaan. Se viikkuna mitä nyt kuuluu uudelleen. Me mentiin sinne seuraavaksi ihan samalle kuin Tarvaharjalla. Ei mitään ääni. Sieltä tulee semmoinen olo, että vittu tää on tehokas tää nyt ajaa. Mä painan vaan vähän lujaa.
Ketä sitä käytetään?
Meillä on varmaan parasta jotain makella.
Sehän sai uuden justiin.
Se sai uuden.
Ai, oliko se joku synttärit vai?
Eikö Tittahan saanut sille joku kanssa? Se sai uuden, silloin parasta siellä on. Oliko näin syynä, että tää on sen verran ikänäköinen heittäjä? Pitää joku kirkkaampi saada. Se on semmoinen valkoinen.
Ei sitä enää ollenkaan.
Joo, niin kyllä se ekan pelin jälkeen sai joku valkoinen, niin me naurattiin vaikka kertaanko kattonut merkki. Se en tiedä minkä värinen merkki. Se oli ihan makella. Niin sä katot oikein kun sä heität.
Ei se katso se video, että se heittää ennen kuin merkki on laitettu.
Se oli ihmettä, mitä siellä pelin jälkeen näin sulla valkoinen.
Saa sit molemmissa kengittää.
Siinä molemmissa kengissä ja suurin piirtein päät sinne aamapäästä musta möyty, niin tuota kohtaa. Okay guys, this is yours.
Mikä näyttää hyvää?
1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Hi there. My goodness, Kerry, I can see a picture of us.
It's quite.
So, yes, hi, I'm Robin Copeland, and beside me,
I'm Kerry Barr. We're here today to watch Sheet 3 at Edinburgh International, where Graham Black is playing Kyle Smith.
so I think it's going to be a good game. Graham hasn't won a game yet, but is very keen to win his game, obviously. And I think Kyle is going well. So, but it should be a good game, one we're looking forward to.
Yep. So this should be a very interesting game with one team on 3 wins and one team on 3 losses, but I still think that the team on 3 losses will be wanting to go out on a high, so we'll see how they get on.
Yeah, I agree with that, Kerry. I think Graham's smarting a wee bit. I was speaking to him earlier on, Graham Black, and he's actually had not a bad championship, even though he's lost 3 games, but in terms of his play, and he's had some really tight games and at least one extra end.
That's right, yeah, and I think in their last game the opposition skip had to draw the forefoot for the win, so I think it was a close game as well. So.
Meanwhile, Kyle Smith, Scottish junior champion, of course, is sailing along. I've just spoken to his mum and dad who've just arrived down to watch. Their 2 boys, Kyle and Cammy. Cammy, of course, plays, I think I'm right in saying, lead in that team.
That's right.
But they're sailing along on 3 wins in Group B of the championship, so it looks as if they're set to qualify.
And here's the first stone from Alan Marshall for Team Black. They're playing blue stones today, and the Smith team are playing yellow.
So fairly defensive first call there, do you think? Straight into the house for the black team?
Absolutely, but Kyle's going for the corner guard, so we're going to see a bit of an aggressive start here from Team Smith, which is always nice to see. Lots of stones in play, hopefully.
Just giving eyes to his brother, Cammy, left-hander.
Fellow left-hander, yes.
Because you're left-handed too, aren't you?
I am, yes. Yeah, always support the lefties, or the Corrie Fisters, or whatever words people like to call us.
So I think this one looks... Oh, I think he might be okay.
Yep. The ice has been nice and swingy, I think, over the last couple of days. I've just watched the last session there, and it looked to be having a nice finish on it. Good speed as well, so it sets us up for a nice game.
So Graham calling for a tight guard from Alan Marshall. Anti-clockwise, right-handed out turn.
Yeah, this is your typical first end kind of play. See how the ice is running. And we'll test the opposition as well. Let you see what kind of tactics they're going to take. But that's just slipped into the house there.
So Kyle knows here that if he gets this stone right and gets in behind the cover, he's going to take the double. Mind you, these stones are quite close together. Maybe
yeah.
not, but he's certainly going to move. He's certainly going to move the front stone offline. So the idea here is to try and hit and roll in behind the corner guard, Cammy Smith. Nice canny weight. Yeah, barrier weight.
Just overswung slightly, but it's not a terrible result. Graham will just hit that one to lie 2 now.
So Graham's team, Scott Hamilton, Robert McBride, Alan Marshall.
Yep.
So a fair bit of experience in that team. Kerry, you know them well from junior days.
I know, yeah, I used to play in juniors with some of them, and it's nice to see them still playing along and being competitive at this level, so it's really good.
Well, they don't curl that much. I mean, they don't. I think Graham was making the point that last year I think the only championship they entered was the Scottish, and they did predictably, as you would expect they would do if you don't play that often.
But they're just enjoying their curling.
And they're enjoying their
which
curling, yeah.
Which is the main thing, really, isn't it? So
I think they're planning a wee bit more curling this season to have a wee bit more of a go at it. So they've entered this competition.
I think they played in the Dumfries leg of the Scottish Curling Tour
Did they
as
play in
well,
that as
Robin.
well?
Yeah,
Right,
I
okay.
think so. I'm not sure if it was the exact same team, but certainly Graham had a team in. If anybody wants to tweet about the Edinburgh International, there is a Twitter account. It's at EICC_2014. There's also a hashtag. We're up and coming with the trends these days, and it's hashtag EICC_2014. So let's get it trending. I think that's how they say it.
Kerry is now talking a completely different language from one to which I'm used. Tweets.
You're on Twitter, are you
trending.
not, Robin?
I am on Twitter, yes, but I don't actually understand what I'm doing. I just
You just
type something in and then
tweet.
go hit the button. Seems to work.
And we've gone to a fairly defensive end now from both teams, actually. Robert McBride attempting the run back onto the one in the house, but unfortunately just swung a little much, I think.
Well, it does set. You could see that Robert McBride wasn't very happy there, and he's still. You can't see it, but he's banging his brush quietly, not in a nasty way, because that was a bit of a miss there, and it sets up the 2 for Kyle.
Yeah, if they can.
Kyle Smith has last stone, so he's aiming to split the house here and put a stone on the other side of the house on the tee line level with the stone that's already there.
Yeah, so we've got Duncan Menzies here playing the draw to the wing. And the sweepers are on it, but it looks like it will make it fairly comfortably. Good sweeping there from the young boys.
And it's well spread away from the stone that's already there in the house, as you can see.
Yeah, and looks to be fairly level too, Robin, as well, so there's not really any chance of a double.
This is always a wee bit of a tester for the right-hander. This one, way out in the right-hand wing.
Yeah,
Don't, whatever you do, push this one wide.
No, definitely not. I think it'll be a bit unforgiving out there as well if you are on the wide side.
Scott Hamilton throwing that stone. Even at that weight, you saw it swing slightly, but that's a nice stone from Scott.
Yep, got a little bit of a roll inside, so it brings the stones closer together.
Scott Hamilton, former junior champion skip, Scottish junior champion skip.
Yeah.
Grant Hardy playing third stones.
Yep, just a newcomer into the Smith team this season. A nice strong addition for them.
They did play together, didn't they, about 3 or 4 seasons ago?
Oh, now you're testing me, Robin.
I think they did. I know they did. Grant, and then Grant left and he joined Jay McWilliam.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But they have played together before.
Right.
But we should explain that the Smith team is one of the so-called elite teams. They get a lot of support, and they, for example, get to curl abroad on a reasonable regular basis, as well as playing in the major domestic competitions.
Yeah, and they also operate in a 5-man rotation as well. Duncan Menzies is playing this game in second position, but quite often you'd see Kyle Waddle playing in second position in this team. So it's I'm not sure how they decide on who plays when, but
well, I don't think they do. I think it's the coach.
Yeah, well,
I think the coach.
The proverbial they.
Yeah, I think the coach does that.
Yep.
Is it one player that rotates? Do you know, or do they kind of just rotate?
I'm not sure. I've not watched enough of this team playing this season, actually. I watched one of their webcast games when they were in Canada playing against Brad Gushu. They played a good game there. They were unlucky to get pipped at the post, but and that was with Kyle in at second in that game, but I'm not sure who else rotates.
Well, this was an experiment that was introduced, about 4 years ago by Soren Gran, who was the national men's coach at the time, and I think still is, with the with the Tom Brewster team, because they introduced David Murdoch as a 5th player.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, David went on and skipped that team to a silver medal. So I think the view is, well, it worked then, so we'll carry on.
Carry on, yeah. There's a lot of teams in the Scottish system this year playing with 5-man rotations, so we'll see how it goes. And the good thing is that they are rotating all the time. It's not that one person's not playing, so it does give everybody still the opportunity to play in competitive games.
So Graham Black is also, of course, a left-hander, and he's trying to hope and hit and sticks, which he does. And actually, that's quite a good stone there, which Kyle is now going to ignore, and he's just going to draw.
I think Kyle was worried that if he hit that anywhere, he was possibly leaving Graham with an angle for a double. So, and because that stone's away out in the 12-foot, Kyle will just try and draw on the tee line just to be level with that yellow that's at the side of the 4-foot there. We're talking about coaches there, talking about who selects the team. I heard a bit of a story about Kyle's coach, David Rambo, this morning. Him and Kyle ended up sharing a room last night. But they both agreed a time to set their alarms for. Kyle woke up this morning and kind of heard the shower running and thought, oh wow, it seems really early, but oh well, Rambo's in the shower. Then he looked at his phone. It was 5 o'clock. Rambo's phone is 2 hours early. So he had to go and drag him out of the shower and tell him to get back to bed.
Is that because he used to be a vet?
I don't know what his excuse is.
He used to get up very early, vets.
Oh, okay.
So in turn draw, this one looks not too bad at all, does it? It looks as if he's sweepers are just nursing it. Yeah, that's a good stone there. Is there a double across from the front one?
If it is, it looks fairly flat. Graham will certainly give it a go, but again, this is pushing Graham onto a different handle than they've been playing for the rest of the end. So
there's the.
Oh, it's not as flat as I thought it was.
So
Sorry, just seen a different camera
That one just
angle.
went a bit too deep, didn't it? We chance for double here, and actually suddenly the end swings because Kyle finds himself playing against 2 black counters if this stone is made. It's a difficult stone, mind you. But Graham is not a man that lacks confidence.
No. Another left-hander.
Yeah.
So it's 2 on the ice.
So Graham Black, son of Lockerbie, son of Jim Black, against whom I used to curl many years ago. If you're watching, Jim, hello.
Robin, you told me to kick you when you started talking about the olden days.
Oh, sorry, right, okay, stop talking about the olden days.
Well, this needs to swing a little bit if it's going to have any chance. Oh, well. He didn't know the ice there, so that was a bit of a gamble for Graham, but he's hit and stuck, so Kyle needs to do the same to get to score his 2.
So, again, talking about the olden days, but Kyle and Cammy are both son of 10-time Scottish champion David Smith, and, of course, nephews of Pete Smith, who is also a 10-time Scottish champion.
Yeah, not bad genes to have.
Yeah, they both won world championships as well, the two of them. Played in the Olympics.
Yeah. I think the boys will be hoping to follow suit.
Well, if they do half as well as their dads, they've done pretty well.
They've done not bad, yeah, exactly.
Their dad, sorry. Yeah. So, very nice, controlled weight here from Kyle Smith. Last stone of the end.
The sweepers are on it, but I think it's just to nurse it there. It looks nice and controlled to me. Yeah, there we go. And a 2 to start the game.
So I think the Smith team will be happy with that, with one exception, maybe Kyle's first stone that went about 3 feet deeper than they meant.
Yeah.
But they played a pretty good end there.
Yeah, they were going for their 2 right from the first stone there, Robin.
Yeah.
They put the corner guard up, they called it. It was quite an aggressive end from them, but it paid off, so it's good.
So in this section B game between Kyle Smith and Graham Black, Smith scores a 2 in end 1.
I'm just trying to work out what other games are in this section. We have... Who do we have? We have Lee McCleary playing against Kiss at the moment on sheet 1. They're in the same section as this.
Lee McCleary is on 1 win. He's on 1 win, and Kiss is also on 1 win. So that game is possibly not going to be important at this stage. But in the other game, it's Nyman versus Kausta. Nyman's on 1 win, and Kausta is on 3 wins. So it looks awful like Smith and Kausta getting through from this section, but...
Well, yeah, Nyman took the 1 in the first end there, so... And they're putting up guards in the second.
And now that I review everything, in fact, this section has already been decided just looking, because Smith and they're both on 3 wins.
Can tell we did our homework, Robin, before this game, didn't we?
Indeed. Good. So...
And Cammy Smith just sails a little bit further back than he would have liked to. He's gone back of the 12 foot there with his first shot. And the black team will put up a corner guard to see if they can build themselves a wee 2 to come back into the game. Yeah, if anyone wants to ask us any questions, not difficult ones, you can do it via Twitter, as I already mentioned, or you can email us at info@edinburghicc.co.uk. And we have a team of technicians sitting here just waiting for your questions.
I think in this glorified world of webcasting, we don't call them research assistants like they do on the TV.
It's a very high-tech setup we've got here. And that guard just slipped a little bit into the house. That's both teams being a little bit caught out with the speed of the ice there. Both stones have ran on a little bit further than the teams expected. And this gives Cammy Smith the opportunity to hit this blue.
Cammy Smith's a player that's come on this last 2 or 3 seasons in a big way, I think. He's really steadied up his delivery, and he's...
I think you've just jinxed him, Robin.
Have I just jinxed him?
You've just jinxed him because unfortunately that one swung a little bit much and it's caught the back yellow.
But notwithstanding that, Cammy is a player that has come on
definitely.
A lot in this past few seasons. I think anyway, he seems to be a steadier player.
Yeah, no, he's always been pretty steady whenever I've seen them play. I think maybe playing with his brother, it always helps when your skip knows how you throw things and knows how to ice you and knows what shots you would or handles you would prefer to play. I think that it always makes such a big difference, so it's nice to see them doing well together.
The corner guard's been called here. Graham just looking to protect that stone in the house and maybe set up a 2 for himself. I think this one's just coming. No, I think he's okay.
I think he's all right. Yeah, it seems to be covered nicely. Not too close, not too far. So Kyle will try and run this and take both the blues out of play.
Yeah, it's interesting that there's some gallery talk that he's curled too much, but the reality is the corner guard's the dangerous shot, and that's the one that Kyle wants to get rid of. In a sense, he's going to try and run these 2 back, even though he might see a quarter. He's going for the run back, which is the modern way.
Yep. So we'll see young Duncan play this.
It's interesting to see how much rotation they put in the stone too, Kerry. They put a lot of rotation in the stone.
Yeah. Oh, that's an excellent shot.
You're just
we
going
were about to say the same thing. The corner guard is still there, so that still gives Graham's team a chance to come round behind it. But it was a very nice shot, well played by Duncan Menzies.
Who's from Forfar?
He is, yes. Very nice ice rink in Forfar. Always get very good hospitality and well looked after when you go up there.
And it's owned by Mike Ferguson.
Yes, Mike is very good at looking after the curlers that go to play up there. This was the first year this year that I haven't actually played in the Forfar Open, which I think that was 2 weekends ago. But we always go up and he always has some sort of entertainment on the Saturday evening for the teams. So
that's good.
It's always a bit different. I think last year Scott McLeod was dressed up in a dress and being called Deirdre for play your cards right. Sometimes I had a bit of nightmares on the Saturday evening after that, but
so we've just seen the Graham Black's team, Robert McBride, I think it was, through one just sadly just a tad heavy, which gives Kyle a chance to ask Duncan to take off this yellow corner guard.
Yeah, again, Robin, I think the teams have just been caught out a little bit with the speed of the ice, especially down the centre going away to the wing. It seems to be a bit quicker than they were expecting. especially just in the second end. So Graham will need to try and put up another guard and hope for a miss from Team Smith, but see if he can get a chance to go behind it. If not, he'll possibly just try and run this through and blank the end.
So Robert McBride, another
Also from
Lockerbie curler.
Lockerbie,
Yeah,
or the surrounding area.
indeed.
Oh.
He just hurt his hand there.
Yeah.
Okay, this one's sailing down the middle a little bit. He'll want this to curl off that middle line. He doesn't want a centre guard, I wouldn't have thought.
Swinging very late, but it has swung a bit, so that's a nice shot.
Now this is reminiscent of his dad.
Yes.
Because in his early days, when David was Kyle's age, that team were almost the best team in the world at peeling off short stones.
And of course, back in those days, there was no free guard zone, so
Indeed.
from stone number 1, there would be no guards in play probably.
Well, the idea is score 2 with your last stone and keep them to ones when they've got the hammer, which is exactly what Kyle's trying to do here.
Textbook stuff, Robin.
It is.
Not so easy to commentate on, though.
No.
We've just been tweeted by Kenny Edwards. He doesn't think we're brave enough to take questions from him, but try your luck, Kenny.
No, don't bother, Kenny. It's fine.
Yeah, in the previous session, Kenny's brother Dave had a bit of a close game with, well, the Paul Stevenson team that was being skipped by John Hamilton. The Stevenson team were 5-1 up and lost to 4 in the 6th end, so that brought Dave's team back into it, and they managed to sneak an extra end win. So that's your a good win for both teams were on I think 1 win and 1 loss, so it was quite an important game for them.
Do you know, although I'm a great chums of John Hamilton and his team, I was actually quite pleased to see David come through a really tough game like that, because of course David is representing Scotland in the European Championships.
Yep.
And to win ugly is an important skill to have. So I was pleased to see David, tough it out, because at one point he was down and out, 4-5-1. It was
but they
end
played
of
a really
game.
good sixth end to
they
build
did.
up the 4.
Yeah, they did.
And just 1 or 2 misses from the Stray Dogs team meant that they were able to capitalise on it. So
You're in that
it's
club,
good.
aren't you, the Stray Dogs?
I am. Well, I was the first female member, so you can imagine what they called me instead of dog. But I think I've been joined by a couple of other ladies now. So it's a good club to be part of. Actually, we play lots of fun. We've actually got a Stray Dogs versus the Buccaneers from Stirling, who are basically the same idea as us. They're coming through in March to Murrayfield to have a bit of a game and then maybe some drinks or a night out. So it's
good stuff.
So it's
That's
a good fun
That's what
social
curling's all
club.
about, yeah.
Exactly.
I was never asked to join.
You've
I
got a
found that
club,
strange.
Robin. The Stray Dogs is for ones that
Oh, I
have
see.
a home.
Oh, right. I didn't take offence or anything.
Does you not?
No.
No, there's an age limit as well on
okay.
membership, so
Anyway,
I'm not going to tell you what it is.
back to the game. Kyle Smith coming up to play his first stone. He is 2 up. He doesn't have the hammer, so he'll just be hoping to hit this. And I probably wonder whether he'll want to hit away from that corner guard. Roll away from that corner guard, to make it difficult for Graham to use it.
To use, yeah. The stone on the side of the house isn't covering much of the house, but it could be useful for Graham if Kyle doesn't stick around here. So again, a nice kind of barrier weight from Kyle. Obviously, the sweepers, they feel that the sweepers can hold these stones, so they're just playing a nice down weight and letting it swing.
Yeah,
So
that's
nice
exactly
shot.
what he's done. Just rolled away from the trouble. Made Graham's life very difficult. It's interesting. Kyle is throwing them at just a nice controlled barrier weight. He's not chucking them down. He doesn't need to.
No.
and it means you can kind of play around with the played stone.
Yeah, that's where Kyle's style differs a little bit from his dad.
Yes, yeah, that's fair.
But no, Kyle's very capable of playing the high weight shots as well. We've seen him play some pretty awesome shots at big weight, but for these simple hit and rolls or hit and sticks, he's playing the down weight, which is nice to see, especially from a young team of boys, because they do often tend to just fire them down and see what happens.
So Graham, just a little bit wide there. It's not really what he wanted.
No, that's the typical left-hander's curse on that handle. Unfortunately, we all have those tendencies.
So you can see Kyle. You can see what he's trying to do here. He's giving himself enough. He doesn't want to look silly here and crash on that yellow guard and push it in or anything like that. Sorry, not get the shot that way. He's trying to get round behind it. Is what he's trying to do. Just ask the question of Graham and really force Graham to take his one, essentially.
Yeah.
If he can get far enough round behind it.
Yeah, if he can get slightly buried behind that yellow, it would make Graham's life a bit more difficult. I don't think he'll be too worried about that. I think he'll be more worried about just hitting the paint. Sorry, on sheet 1, Lee McCleary's just played a really nice double takeout for a 2 through a very tight port, actually. So that's him going 2 up on the Kiss team.
So let's watch this out turn draw come round, come down the house, come down towards the house.
And sweepers are not near it. It looks a bit speedy, but I think it should be alright to stop. Oh, or I could be wrong.
Oh no.
Yeah, again, just in this end, it's
Yeah.
just another one being caught out.
That's
yeah.
hack weight he's just thrown there. So, dilemma for Graham. I suspect he's going to blank this.
Yeah, I would think so.
Try and keep the hammer. And he'll probably try and play down a piece of the ice that he's not played yet, just to try and get a read on that.
Yeah, and Graham's just playing the sort of down weight as well, I think, just to see what the stone's going to do down that line. Having a good look at it.
So Graham is a farmer down in Lockerbie, and he's a regular contributor on Facebook.
Yes.
So we know all about his cows and his sheep. And
we know about his daily
daily life
disasters.
He gets out there though. I quite like that. He's opinionated.
Yeah, definitely. It's good. It's good for the general public to know the kind of hard work that he has to do on a day-to-day basis.
Okay, so end of end 2. The grey and black team blank the end. The score remains at 2-0 in favour of Kyle Smith's team, and grey and black retains the hammer.
So again, I think we'll see the Smith team bringing this one into the house, or trying to anyway, just to again see make Graham put up his guards and not give him any opportunity for an easy 2, really.
So do you think top 4?
I would say that would be the call, yeah. Now, Cammy will be quite keen to get his draw weight after the last end when he went to the back of the 12 foot, so quite good for them to get this at the top of the 4 foot. Although that stone, is it going to cross there?
Scratching heads here, because they had problems with stones almost banging off the barrier coming down towards the bar, and if that was a top 4 shot, then it's not quite what the doctor ordered from Cammy. He actually hogged it.
No, the good news for them is that they stopped the sweeping early enough that it didn't cross the hog line and didn't leave Graham with another guard in play. So that was the good news, but young Cammy's not really very impressed with that. So we'll see the black team trying to put up a corner guard here. It's certainly going to cross the line.
It seems to be that it holds its line fairly straight as it's travelling up, and then as it drops weight, it seems to, that's when it does all of its curling.
Yeah. Now, of course, the stones returned here just last week, so we're expecting quite big swing on them, and I had a game on think it was Tuesday night. The stones were running really well, nice and swingy. But yeah, they do kind of hang on that centre line. Or if you go kind of really far out into the 8 or 12 foot, they do sometimes run a bit straight, but it's very dependent on what handle you put on, and very dependent on weight as well. So it's not the easiest of ice to play on at the moment.
Okay, so that's like a almost centre-line guard there that Cammy's put on, just rubbed off that. I think he was trying to get round it actually, but he just rubbed off it out into the middle, and he's looking to steal now.
Yeah, we'll see where this stone goes. I think that if this one doesn't go in the house, that I think we might see the Smith team possibly attempting to clear up the middle. I'm not sure. It depends how defensive they want to be in this game. That was a slight mistake because they were hoping to not have a centre guard, but
well, let's see what happens. Initially, Graham was looking at coming around the blue on the other hand from this one, on the in hand.
And I think he'll be wishing that he did, because this stone's come up a bit short and it's overswung as well into the yellow. So we're getting a bit of a wall here out in the middle. So yeah, Kyle, as suspected, will attempt to clear things up a little bit. He doesn't want the Graham's team getting anything in behind all those guards, and where he's not able to get them out, because those guards aren't really sitting at a very nice angle for any run backs or anything.
Any risk here? No,
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think actually if he catches that blue, possibly about maybe half stone.
Yeah, so he wants to catch.
He might actually run it off both the blue and the yellow and run away himself. That would be.
I think he's trying to clear he's trying to play the outwick onto the centre line blue guard.
Yeah, it might come off the back of the blue,
because he doesn't have hammer and might be going for the steal, but he's 2 up, so doesn't need to.
No, I think they're just being defensive here. And the sweepers are on it straight away. And they've cleared the yellow, but they've left a blue centre guard and a blue corner guard. So still options here for Graham to get some stones in play and get some build up an end.
So he's going round the middle guard.
Yeah, that's probably the easiest way to get into the house at the moment. Just the way those guards are sitting, it is a big hole, but it's not the easiest to get the line right to get in there.
Looking to sit on the top of the 4 foot. That's the centre, the kind of red circle, as of the inner circle, if you see what I mean, of the house. That's his plan. And again, this one is short. Now this is really interesting because they were having problems coming down towards our end. They were running through and running deep.
It could be that it's uphill, Robin. Is that not what sometimes you come away off a game and feel that you've been playing on a slope, even though we all know it's flat. But
yeah,
it could just be the overcorrection.
Possibly.
It did look like that one swung an awful lot as well, so I don't know if when it curled it maybe took the weight off it. It's hard to see from here what the handle was like as well, and as I was saying, it's very dependent on weight and the way you throw the stone as well. And it's certainly making Kyle think anyway. Kyle's having to decide whether he wants to try and clear up the middle again or whether he wants to just come round. But no, he's looking like he's quite determined to get rid of some of these guards. It's just which ones and how is what his decision is now.
Yeah, when you look at it, he's trying to work out which way to hit what stone. I think he's decided that he can't get rid of all 3. He's going to try and take the 2. So the stone that you're looking at there beside his brush, bouncing off that onto the one, the corner guard over. Here he comes. This is young Duncan. Big rotation, just didn't quite catch enough of it. So Graham Black still in the ascendancy in this end. He's got garbage. He's looking to score a 2. He's got some stuff out front.
Yep.
He just needs to get one of his team to get one in round it.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
Yep, he's decided to go for the same shot again. He's going to go for the in-turn draw around the centre guard. He'll be again attempting to get just at the top of the red forefoot there. So Robert McBride with his second shot. Looks like he's put a little bit more weight on this one, so got a better chance of making it to the house.
Now he's put a bit more on that.
Yeah. It's not quite swinging the same as his first one, which probably means that the weight is just holding that line. It's maybe just running back tee. And again, a bit of an overcorrection there from Robert. Just
front end really struggling on both teams
Yeah.
to, on the one hand, get a double, on the other hand, find their draw weight.
Yeah. Yeah. Now I have been told that the ice has been tending to slow down, but not till about the 6th or 7th end. So this is only the second end. I can't imagine it slowing down all that much. I think it's maybe just been taking a bit of time for the teams to settle in and get used to the weight.
We're both being very diplomatic here.
Wait.
We're not playing very well.
Well, here's Grant Hardy, and he has hit the first stone and bumped the blue over, but he's still left himself with a centre and a corner guard. But the good news for the Smith team is that the yellow stone is now the centre guard, and that's their own stone, so that could be useful for them if Graham manages to get something in the house here. But they might not need to worry about that if the last couple of shots are anything to go by.
I think you're right. Now he's actually thinking about coming. Oh, right. Sorry, he was thinking about coming round his own corner guard. I think to make the run back difficult. Maybe, I don't know why. He's also now talking about coming off his own blue. No, he's going to play the draw, the kind of anti-clockwise draw, and he's going to go in behind his blue stone. So it's Scott Hamilton,
Yep.
third player.
Just discussing what ice to take here, Robin. I think that it's a case that they're still not quite certain of what ice to take for certain shots, and you see Graham tightening up the ice. I don't know if that was a request from Scott there. But
Well,
we're
this
just going to
looks
need to
heavy
wait
to
for
me
this
as well,
to
is it?
swing. It does, and it looks like it's going to swing off that yellow. So
Well, you can see the line is nice from that camera angle.
yeah, that's
It's
gonna
just
hang
gone a little
around
bit
there,
deep.
I
Is that
think.
going to hang around? It does.
We have a stone in the house. So this will make Kyle think, but I think he's going to go for the draw round the yellow.
Well,
I
it's
don't know if
interesting
they'll be able to see. No, they can see about. They'll see about 3/4 of that blue, I would think.
Okay, so I think this is a quiet weight, kind of barrier pack weight.
You can see by the ice he's taking that it really is swinging big there, isn't it? It's an up hack weight, going by Cammie's hand signals there.
That's Grant Hardy who threw the stone from Dumfries. And that's what the doctor
Nice.
ordered. Well played, Grant.
Yeah, nice controlled bump weight.
Grant's uncle, of course, is former world champion Hammy McMillan from Stranraer. His mum is Hammy's sister. She's a former ladies president of the, or rather president of the ladies
Yes,
branch.
she's immediate past president.
Fiona Hardy.
And a very good president she was too.
So, Scott Hamilton, second stone, trying to repeat, but only slightly better. I think that's the call. So, this is a bit of an attacking play.
The line looks good again, but I don't know where the weight is. It looks like the Grant's ready to sweep this.
Well, that's a stone that makes Kyle think. He's actually thinking of coming up and just sitting one on top of it. That's probably the right call. It's it would be difficult to get at it at anything more than a kind of hack weight. So I think he's giving himself plenty of ice. And he'll probably come in at a kind of back ring weight, if you will. So, third end, with Kyle Smith 2-0 up. This is his first stone. Graham Black has the hammer. Good strong sweeping from these boys. This stone looks a good stone.
Yeah, that's a very nice stone
Yeah,
from
well
Kyle.
played from Kyle.
He's just taken that blue right out of play and will leave Graham with not really much option but to follow it in and sit on top of it there. Now, they've seen the line because it's just been played a couple of times. The only difference with this one is that Graham's actually left-handed, so his stone might get a slightly different reaction to the rest of them. But I'm sure he'll have taken that into account when he was choosing his ice.
That's a good picture of Graham sliding out.
Yep. You won't miss him anyway in that t-shirt. Good
That
team
one
kit.
looked... he called that very early in terms of the sweepers. And I think he called it too early because he's got plenty of room past that guard.
He's just...
I'll tell you what.
Oh, that's the worst result possible, I think, for Graham.
Absolutely is.
He's just bumped his own blue back out of second shot position and left the Kyle Smith team lying 2. So
So the
he's
thing-
going to have a hard task for his last shot because Kyle will try and make this as hard as possible for Graham to get in there for his shot with his last stone.
So what is the key thing here for Kyle is that he has to make sure he's in front of the tee. He doesn't want to be behind the tee because that makes Graham Black's job easy. He doesn't really mind it being a guard to force Graham onto the draw. But what he really wants, if he can get one just halfway round that blue, just a little bit round that blue, and then just say to Graham, right, you've got a cold draw to the 4 foot
Yep.
for your one. So this is a let's make life really difficult
Absolutely.
stone.
Anywhere in that hole, really, or as long as he gets the inside covered and doesn't leave Graham with an easy shot, Kyle will be happy, I think. Ice looks like it's running nice and quickly.
It's funny that idiosyncratic use of the brush in Kyle's delivery. His brush head goes perilously close to the stone.
Yeah.
I think
I've
I would
seen
be-
a few people with deliveries like that. That's a nice shot from Kyle. He doesn't leave Graham with the nose hit for the one. He might have left him.
Is there a treble
I
on
was
there?
just wondering if the treble's there. If he can, I don't know that he can get. He needs to be just on the nose of that front yellow, I would have thought. And there's quite a big distance. It's a risky shot when you're already 2 down.
It is.
But it could be. It
He's
could
looking
be
at it.
If I know Graham, I would. If it's on,
Yeah.
he'll certainly go for it.
Well, there's certainly a double on, and he just hits. I mean, to be fair, if he hits and rolls,
As long as he stays in the 8 foot, he's all
yeah,
right.
it is risky. I mean, he could jam. In other words, he could put the yellow that his brush was just beside there. That one could push it right on, straight onto the on the nose and hit the back one on the nose. Then he loses. A 1 against the head. The other shot is you just play a draw.
It's not easy to play the draw though, because
Yeah.
he would probably need to go right out in the
Yeah. I
out
think
in the
he's right to
wing
go
on the
for
left
yeah.
there. I think so. I think that's
He's
the
got
easier
a chance of
shot.
a treble here. You might as well think about it. He's just
Yeah.
got to try and hit the front yellow onto the back yellow at such an angle that the back yellow goes onto the furthest back yellow and doesn't dislodge the blue. It all sounds very tricky, and that's because it is.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a case of wait and see what happens,
Yeah.
to be honest. But he'll certainly go for it if he thinks it's on. And he is. Scott looks like he's trying to be the voice of reason, but looks slightly worried, but Graham will do what he wants to do, so I think it's a shot to go for, though. I think
Oh,
he's
yeah.
right to go for it.
Yeah.
I certainly would.
he's got to squeeze past that blue with
Yeah.
literally nothing between them.
Certainly for the treble. I think he can
Yeah.
play the double
Oh, you
on
can-
the
yeah,
other
on
side.
the other side, yeah, you can hit it across.
But to do that, he would probably need to down his weight,
Yeah.
and I think this is going to be a bit of a rocket.
Okay, so we've got two pictures now. This is most impressive.
Yeah.
We've got Graham about to throw the stone at the far end, and in the little window there, you've got what he's aiming at, what he's seeing. Actually, that's not strictly true because we don't have binocular-like eyes. It's a lot smaller than that when you're actually in the hack. So, talks to his team know what they're going to do.
Oh, they've changed their mind. I think he's going for the draw.
Oh, is he?
Looks like it from that ice.
It sure does.
I think he's going to try and draw between the yellow and the blue and just come into the middle of the 4
Yep.
foot.
Okay.
It's a very small hole, but certainly it's been swinging big, so I think it's definitely on. It's a very sensible shot. I'm a bit surprised at this call, to be honest, but it's obviously it just didn't look like he had enough of that yellow to make the treble.
So
that looks like it's got nice line. This it'll all depend on the weight,
just
but
needs to make sure his
I
weight's
think
good.
it's just
Okay, it's weight only. It's weight only. It's plenty of room. Plenty of room.
it's coming big onto that yellow.
And he's
Lovely
made the shot. Very well played.
Very nice.
Very well played from Graham because he changed his mind in the hack, which is never an easy thing to do.
No.
So at the end of the third end, Graham scores 1. The score is now 2-1 with Kyle Smith taking hammer into the fourth end. Interesting end, Kerry.
Very interesting,
Yeah,
actually,
it's
Robin. I like it when there's stones in play.
Yeah, it's good.
Certainly gives
So-
us stuff to talk about.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, no,
So
I'm
you
quite
do much
impressed with.
curling this season? What's your story? Because I know you're not playing in the Scottish, is that right?
Yeah, that's right. I'm not
Even
playing
though you're
this
the reigning Scottish ladies champion.
I know some people think I'm crazy not playing this year, but no, it was just a decision. I started a new job last year, and just I was spending a lot of time curling when I could have been working, and I was kind of not enjoying it as much as I used to. So I thought I'd have a wee year where I play club games, league games, stuff like that, and see what happens. If I miss it, I'll maybe go back to it. If I don't, well,
So
I'll
you've
know
been
it's not
playing
right.
for the Curry and Balerno Curling Club.
Yes, Curry and
Excellent,
Balerno,
very good.
Stray Dogs.
Stray Dogs as well, of
Whoever
course.
will have me, really. Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah, and we play in the mixed league with my sister Annie. It's nice to have her curling back again.
Good.
She didn't play for a few years. You used to coach us in the schools, Robin.
Way back.
Do you know that was 10 years ago, past March, that we won the Scottish Schools
Is that
Championship?
right?
Yep, 2004. With
That
David
was,
and Stephen.
David Copeland and Stephen Kennedy.
Yep,
That was a great team.
good fun. Good fun was had.
Indeed.
Yeah,
So, centre line guard put on by Graham Black. 2-1 down. Needs to, of course.
yep. And
And
here we've
Kyle
got the
is-
sweepers working hard on Cammie's shot to try and get it into the house. They're going to the wing just to try and keep all the mess away from the 4 foot and try and play it out wide so that when Kyle comes to play his last shot, hopefully the 4 foot is open and he just can get in there. That'll be the plan anyway.
Yeah,
Graham will
indeed.
be doing all he can to mess that plan up. But he's playing the slightly defensive call of hitting the back one, but that's fair. You've got to kind of play safe. Don't want to be losing a 2 when you're already 1 down, especially against a team like the Smith team, who are all very, very good hitters, and would quite likely get rid of any guards that you were trying to put up if they got their noses in front. So they'll just be wanting to hang on to their shirt tails at the moment.
So, interestingly, in the other game, Lee McCleary, who's on 1 win, 2 losses, but looks like he's going to go to 2 wins now. He's 4-0 up on Kiss.
Yeah, a 3 in the second end and a stolen 1 in the third kind of put him up, and he's sitting well in the fourth as well. And in the other game in this section, Nyman and Kausta are pretty tight. It's 2-1 in that game as well. the
Nyman winning
team.
that game, and it's a
Yeah.
must-win game for him. If he wins that game, he goes to 2 wins as well. So that would open up the section. Because although I was saying earlier it looked as if it was all over, the reality is that the loser of this game that we're watching, the Smith versus Black, if Smith loses this game and if Cowster loses his game, the section again is blown wide open. Anyhow, what's happening now?
Yeah, we've got Robert McBride trying to come around the centre guard. It looks like it might be a little bit tight. They've got the sweepers on, but I think they're holding the line. Oh, no, they're going to come on and crash onto their front blue.
You need to sweep it hard.
Oh no, I was wrong. They're past it. That's pretty nice actually. They've got two centre guards in a perfect line with each other. Not easy for Duncan Menzies here to get rid of them both. I mean, if he does, it's pretty good, and it'll be pretty hard for him to get rid of them both and get rid of his shooter, the played stone.
I think maybe impossible.
Well,
actually,
I didn't want to be
honest.
pessimistic, Robin. The way that some of these guys throw, nothing's a bit of a wobble from Duncan there.
Well, it was more of a collapse. Anyhow, the beauty of it is he collapsed, but he got what he wanted.
Yeah, he still got rid of one of the shots, so that's fine. He's having a wee smile about it. So.
I don't know what his coach will make of that.
He's probably thinks it's tea time already. He'll not be here. He's 2 hours ahead, remember?
Of course,
Rambo,
yes.
yeah.
Yes, indeed. I was forgetting.
And we've got the added excitement of the Scotland-Argentina rugby game happening at Murrayfield tonight. So there's going to be busy. There's going to be a good atmosphere in the ice rink because people tend to come in here for a beverage before the game, myself included.
Would that be like a cup of tea?
Yes,
Or that kind of
a
beverage?
refreshment.
Yes.
Glass of water.
It's always nice when the international matches are on, the rugby internationals.
Yeah, Robin normally sits at the door. Bouncer.
Taking pounds from people.
Yep.
So this looks like a nice draw round behind this front guard. This could be sitting very nicely indeed. If it finishes, which it is doing, a little bit more. She swept that a wee bit harder. Okay, so Kyle can see about half of that stone from the far end. Well, the thrower, sorry,
Duncan
which is
can.
Duncan Menzies. And interestingly, instead of calling the run back, they're calling for the stone that lies short because it is very, very well played and it's right on top of the 4 foot. They want rid of that. That's too good a stone, so they want that one away. Giving him a lot of ice, so expect this at a nice controlled weight. And he wants this shooter to hang around.
So nice down weight. The sweepers held it well. It's just crashed in the front.
No, that was
a
a big sweeping error because I think if they'd swept that, they would have got it past.
Yeah, I think they know that as well.
Yeah, they upped it, and it just swung a little bit. So that gives Graham Black the chance to put an even better guard on. And interestingly, I don't know if you can see. We'll see it when we get, but the stone that he just clipped, has actually gone in to the house. So there it is there. So it just changes things completely. So that was a bad miss by the Smith team.
This one needs to swing quite a bit, but I think at that kind of weight it will finish.
It needs to stop. It needs to stop.
That's come a bit further than they would have liked, but it's doing its job.
I think it's come a yard too far, though. I think this is I mean, Kyle is immediately calling for the run back.
Yeah.
And for the guard really to do its job, it needed to be, I think, another, 2 feet to a yard shorter than it is.
Yeah.
So Grant Hardy,
we'll be looking
famous
to make
curling
this.
clan. He also won the Scottish Schools Championship.
Did he?
Yeah, he did for Merchiston. That's right.
Oh, okay.
A wee bit after your time, Kerry. Sorry.
Yeah, no, a bit younger than me.
No, there's.
That's a nice double.
I was talking about that's the double gone. So that guard really needed to be a little bit further away than it was. And it forces Graham onto the defensive.
Yeah, that yellow obviously just biting at the front there, so
it's
Graham will
biting.
just want to get rid of that.
Dangerous. He might have been tempted to go round it if it wasn't. Well, he would have been tempted to go round it if it wasn't in the house, but it is in the house, so he's decided to go for it.
Yeah, he's going to need to sweep this to hold it, but I think they have, so... Shots, the shooter just rolled a little bit, so that'll Kyle will probably go for the hit. Try and get the roll in behind that. Again, the forefoot's kind of open, so it's the Smith team will be quite happy with the way the end's looking now. They wouldn't have been, if that guard had been, as Robin said, a little bit shorter, the Smith team would have been looking at a little bit of trouble, but they'll be a wee bit happier with this position of the stones now.
So he's looking to hit about 2/3 of the stone at this kind of weight, this quiet weight, and roll in behind the cover is the call. It's not quite swung enough.
No,
It just needed to swing about another 2 or 3 inches to be perfect.
Yep, so Graham will have a go at going round that blue there.
Absolutely.
Won't quite be covering the pot lid or anything like that, but at least if it makes Kyle have to draw with his last, it's asking the question. So he'll be looking to get well buried here and try and get a couple of stones in play for the skip stones.
So Graham Black.
Lefty intern draw here.
Trying to get round behind his own blue stone. Sweepers have a really important role to play in this, to judge the weight and let the skip and the vice know what the weight's like. They, in the meantime, are trying to judge the line.
Yeah.
So it's a real team stone, a draw behind a guard, I always think.
Yeah.
Now they're sweeping it for line.
I think it looks quite nice. It just needs to finish.
Just needs to finish.
It's a pretty good effort from Graham there. It's not quite
Not
buried
quite
though.
buried, but there must be a little bit of a straight bit of ice there, because it didn't seem to. It passed that guard quite tight, but it didn't just
No, it
finish
didn't
in
finish
behind
much.
it, did it? Yeah.
No.
On a big drawing sheet, you can quite often pass the guard by a foot and a
Yeah,
half, and you can
yeah,
get right
more
in
than that,
buried
yeah.
behind it. I mean, that just crawled past the guard. So again, one of Kyle Smith's controlled weight takeouts here. This is his
Yeah.
out turn.
I think he'll be looking for about a hack
Anti-clockwise.
or barrier
Hack weight, would
weight
you
here.
think, Kerry,
Yeah,
yeah?
I would think so. I'm not
Okay.
sure. I didn't see what they called, but just lining himself up. And yeah, that brush is very close to the stone, Robin.
Well, if you watch it as it comes out, to be fair, it's maybe a little bit. It's in front of the stone, but
Yeah, he'll be so used to it, he
yes,
won't even
and
notice it
He
anymore.
doesn't even know it's there.
Now this is swinging quite a bit, but I think if it takes the same kind of line as what Graham did, then he'll be all right. But I think he's just nicking that front blue.
Now, this has suddenly made this interesting from Graham's point of view. I think, to be very fair, he probably has to go and hit that yellow stone that's just been played. He doesn't want to lose a 2, but he might be tempted to put a guard on. If he was 2 or 3 down, I think he'd be putting a guard on at this point.
Yeah, I think he's going to have to just hit that and stick around with his shooter and make Kyle draw against or hit against a 3.
Well, it's a big shot for Kyle. Suddenly, you're hitting against 3.
It
Again,
just
to be fair, he'll be playing his normal, nice, canny weight.
Yeah. It just shows, though, that the weight and the way it's played is very important with the
Yeah.
stones, because you saw Graham's draw moved less than Kyle's hack weight, which is just different, but it's obviously just 2 different styles of throwing.
So, Graham Black, Skip Stone.
It's a bit more weight than what the Smith team have been playing, and I don't think this blue is going to stick around, but he's got the objective. He's got rid of the yellow,
Yeah.
so he lies to, and Kyle will just
He really
play a
wanted
nice
to hang
down
around
weight.
there. Yeah, he really wanted to hang around there and put
Yeah.
the pressure on, because that would have meant that, you know, Kyle's got a wee bit of leeway here now, because he really only he's got almost to the 12 foot to roll to.
Yeah, there's not, as long as he gets rid of that
Yeah.
short stone and sticks around the 12 foot, he's fine, he'll be comfortable.
He looks pretty confident when he's throwing these barrier weight takeouts.
Yeah.
So last stone of the end. Well, Graham will say I've forced the one. Sweepers on it and off it. And on it.
Yeah.
And the brushes are up before it's hit. It's a good stone. So, Kyle Smith scores 1 in
End
four.
4. Yep.
And takes a lead of 3 shots to 1. Now, just in the other games in this section, we know that Aku Kausta is on 3 wins, but he's having a really tight game against the young team from Sweden, skipped by Fredrik Nyman.
He's got a shot for a 5 here, though.
But he does have a shot for a 5, yes. Yeah. So
it's not an easy one. He's got to come around a fairly long guard at a kind of hack weight, and he's got a stone in the back of the 8 foot that he needs to remove. Probably get out into just biting the 12 foot, and he would get his 5. He's lying 2 at the moment, so even if he can come in and out count that, he'll get a 2 or a 3, which will take him into the lead.
So at that point, you'd have to say that the rest of the section is willing Graham Black to win his game, because obviously if Kyle Smith wins this game, then that's the 2 of them. They would definitely be through.
I think that they are already, Robin, looking at these. Oh, sorry.
So we're just looking at the Kausta stone that's coming in, and he's managed to get rid of it, and he has just scored a 4. So it looks to me as if Aku Kausta, that means he takes a 5-2 lead against the young Swedish team. So Kausta would move on to 4 wins.
Back to the Smith game. Cammie's playing. I think they're trying to go into the house here, but Sweepers are having to work this really hard. They were on that pretty much from the second he let it go there, and they've got it just to bite the house. So that's well, they were looking to get it obviously top 4, but the fact that it's biting the house is better than short, so they'll be quite happy with that.
There's actually quite a lot of effort expended. You know, if you think about that, a stone takes roughly, you're sweeping for roughly 23, 24 seconds flat out. It's a 200-meter sprint in terms of your heart. It doesn't know what's happening.
No, certainly not if you're used to skipping anyway. I've certainly found that in club games and Super League games this season is playing down the rink. It's a wee bit harder than just standing and giving directions.
Yeah. So just in case people are wondering why have the black team ignored that Yellowstone and put on that guard, kind of guarding the corner, what's the logic behind that?
Well, were you asking me there, Robin?
On the grounds there's nobody else here.
I thought you were going to answer your own question. Basically the black team are looking to keep the 4 foot open, so they'll put a guard out to the corner, and what they'll hope is that Kyle will basically not throw a shot, and then they would go in behind it and try and get buried behind it. And basically, when you've not got last stone, you want to keep the 4 foot clear for your skip's last stone to get in there and either score or blank the end.
Okay.
And obviously, when you don't have last stone, you want to put everything in the middle and make it as hard as possible for the other team to score to.
So then the idea would be to try and get either, you hit and roll behind that cover, or you draw around behind that corner guard to set yourself up for the 2 or the
Exactly.
or the 3.
And
right.
I mean, if there was just one stone there, you'd probably just draw. But because the Smith team now have 2 yellows in there, probably want to hit a wee bit earlier. I probably would have played a bit less weight than what they've played on this shot. But they, they'll want to hit one away because the angles weren't really very good for getting rid of them. And Kyle is obviously back to being 2 up. He's going to just play very defensive and remove the corner guard so that there's no cover for Graham's team to get in behind it. It's textbook curling when you're 2 up.
Yes, indeed.
I think Graham would be a bit disappointed with the result of that last shot. He had a good opportunity there to play a kind of down weight shot, hit the inside of the yellow and roll in, but it was just it was a big weight. I think that's what he called, but I think if they played maybe a wee bit down weight, it would have had better chance of sticking around, and it might not have got the exact result he was looking for, but it would have at least had a better chance of going somewhere. So.
Yeah, if you're trying to play those kinds of shots, quite often it's important to have control of the shot you've thrown, as it were, the shooter.
Yep.
And if you chuck an enormous weight down, then you kind of you've got to be exact.
Yeah, you lose the control.
And you lose the control. So, moving towards the middle of the 5th end. Score 3-1 in Smith's favour. Black's got the hammer. So it's definitely Smith controlling the game, but it's not all over yet.
Yeah, Graham's team are trying something a bit different here. Instead of putting a corner guard up, they're trying to come round behind that yellow stone, probably back of the 8 foot to get it buried. They're just trying to get anything kind of covered and see if they can force a mistake from Kyle's team. But as I said before, the Kyle's team are very accurate hitters. I mean, they've made a good effort there. I think they'll have covered the inside edge, but I think Kyle will still have a good shot at getting that out.
He'll see at least 3/4 of it. Asking for a hack weight, just tapping his foot. He wants a hack weight. And again, interestingly, he's wanting to try to get the roll. So he wants to hit this on the outside of the stone, on the edge of the stone nearest his brush, and he wants to try and roll as far away from that as he can to avoid any chance for the other team to draw around.
Yeah, and to sit on top of, especially when it's back tee like that.
Double guarded kind of thing.
Yeah,
so
when you're down in a game, a stone behind the tee is your best friend, but when you're up in a game, it's your worst enemy.
That sounds like something from a coaching manual somewhere.
It does. You probably told me that when we were playing in the schools, Robin.
I probably did, because I wouldn't know that. Now they need to sweep that and sweep it and get that wee bounce. Yeah, okay. They probably wanted a bit more.
Yeah, but that's fine where it is. Because if Graham does decide to freeze on it, then he's not behind anything, and he's got a tough trick. Well, it's not tough, but he can play the wee hit and roll, or as he's looking at here, he might be tempted to play the double now. Try and go for the blank end and maybe try and force his 2 in the next end.
His first thought was actually to kind of try and hit the back yellow and roll behind.
Yeah, I don't think that was a silly shot at all, but he's maybe just thinking that he probably doesn't need to go for it. We're only in the 5th end, so he probably doesn't need to go. I was about to say something quite rude. He probably doesn't need to go for it quite as much just yet.
Rude?
I forget where I am sometimes.
Oh, if he'd swept that a little bit. I think it just
double.
curled on him at the end.
Yeah.
He was looking for the double there, and it just didn't quite come off.
Yeah, and that's what happened to Kyle's hack weight shot coming down the other way in the 4th end. It just curled as soon as they lifted the brushes.
So this is first stone, I think, is it, from Grant Hardy?
Yep, this is Grant's first stone, and he's playing again that down kind of take out weight, and the sweepers are on it because it's starting to move, but I think they'll hold it. Very powerful sweepers, these pair. It's always nice when you've got a front end that can just sweep.
Yeah.
It's quite nice as a skip getting in the hack and thinking it's okay if I'm a wee bit short here because these guys will take it for me.
It's a really interesting competition in the sense of who's competing as far as the Champions Tour is concerned. Because Tom Brewster is currently top of the Champions Tour by $10,000. But the next person that's competing in this competition is actually Bruce Mowat, who's on 2.356. But Bruce, for example, if he won this competition, could jump immediately up to David Murray, to about sixth or seventh in the league. There's a lot at stake this week for some of these teams. So here's Scott Hamilton, slightly heavier weight, just playing a straight hit. Well played. Good player, Scott Hamilton. He's always been a good player, actually. From junior days, he was good.
Yeah, very steady player. Very experienced. He was around in juniors for a very long time. And it's nice to, as I said earlier, nice to see them still playing. And it's good to see them playing a bit more so that hopefully when they go to the Scottish qualifiers, they have a good few games and see where, you never know what could happen.
Indeed.
Sorry about the background noise. We have some very loud supporters. Got some
just loud people generally.
Loud, yeah. I can see a reflection in the mirror with some glasses of wine and stuff. So
oh dear.
That'll be the reason for the cheeriness. I'm actually a little bit jealous. I might see if I can get them to get me one.
Oh, we can't do that. Okay, so here's Scott again. This time a slightly cannier weight, I think. Yes, I saw Graham just signal down, just not quite so heavy as your first.
Yeah, I think they're going to try and get the little roll in behind this other yellow there, just to see if they can make it a bit more difficult for Kyle's team. And that's a really good effort if it stops. Oh, it's just gone a little bit far.
Good effort though.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Kyle will see it all, but well, yeah, you can see it all from that angle, but it's a tester. It's not a simple shot. But again, he'll just play that nice controlled weight so that if he does happen to nick his yellow, probably won't take it out of play. It'll probably just knock it in.
But you see his dilemma here. He doesn't actually want to hit this on the nose or hit it on the inside because it would set up a chance for Graham to use the stone because it's still behind that tee. So
Yeah.
I suspect he's going to try and hit and either actually almost roll out or certainly roll to the right-hand side as we look at it on the screen there. So this again is a canny weight from Kyle. These guys get a lot of chance to play, of course, over in Canada as well as in Europe. So they're curling against some of the top curlers in the world on a fairly regular basis.
Yeah, I think I'm not sure exactly what competitions, but I think Kyle's team have been in Canada for, I think it was two competitions they played. They were over there recently, and yeah, that's a nice shot.
You can see what he's done. He's just played that absolutely perfectly. He had hardly any room to work with there at all, just about a foot and a half. But he's played just a lovely shot. It's a very, very nice shot, that, from Kyle Smith.
It shows the benefits of downing your weight and
yeah.
having control over that played stone and deciding how far you go and how far you roll.
But also having control. I mean, the way they throw the stone. I mean, these guys, well, you know this because you curl at the top level, but these guys are just about professional in the sense that they're curling 7 days a week in terms of just throwing stones.
Oh, I don't know that because I never got to that stage. But
well, I know, but you're competing against that, and it becomes very difficult.
It does
it's almost like competing against a metronome.
Yeah.
They just repeat. Where if you look at with no disrespect intended, but if you look at Graham's delivery, it's slightly more reminiscent of an older time. It's not just quite as.
It's not quite sleek, but it's effective.
Yeah. It's pretty good. Don't get me wrong. Yeah.
Yeah. I think we've just given him commentator's curse again. We've just missed the double there, so if Kyle can play a wee hit and maybe a roll, Graham will be looking to score one. Probably have to draw.
Now Graham's sister is Alison.
Yes.
And she was a world junior gold medalist, was she not?
She was indeed. She
Sarah
was
Reid.
fifth man for
She was
Sarah
fifth player, and she
Reid.
got a few games though, did she not? I think she did. Yeah.
I can't remember.
No, she did. Yeah, it was the first ladies' gold medal I think we'd won since your cousin's time, Gillian Barr or Kirsty Hay or that kind of level.
Yeah, no, that was 2007, and then they got on a bit of a run after that.
No, absolutely, yeah.
With Eve.
Yeah, Eve Muirhead took on the baton. So Kyle Smith, out turn. Again, nice canny.
Yeah, the early sweeping just kind of, you could see it almost pull that back.
But he's
there.
fine.
but it's fine again. That down weight just held the line, so it was good. And
Very
Graham
impressed
will be
with
having
Kyle
to draw
Smith this game. He's playing very well. I mean, his percentages, he must be up in the 80s at least. I don't know. Somebody could tell us perhaps.
Yeah, he's certainly playing a very mature game.
Now, am I right in saying that Kyle is out of juniors now?
I don't think so.
Has he still got one more year?
I think that he is still in, no, I don't know.
Right.
Yeah, no, I think they're out.
Grant's certainly out, yeah.
In fact, I don't know.
So, Scott
Probably
Hamilton.
should have learnt that before we took on this role, Robin, but...
Graham Black. Now, Graham attempting to come round behind that front yellow.
Yeah, I think he's quite happy with it. Just needs to stop in the 8 foot, and that's him.
And that's him. Job done.
Nice draw. Graham's been drawing pretty well
He
today,
has, hasn't
actually.
he? Yep.
So it seems to have his handle of his draw weight better than both front ends, actually.
So, forced to take his one. So, after N5, the score is 5 Smith to... Sorry, 3 to Smith.
Yep.
2 to Black, 3-2. Smith takes the hammer, so he's one up with hammer playing the 6th. Now, in an 8-end game, the 6th end is always quite important. If you can score in the 6th end, then that makes life just that little bit more difficult for the other side.
Yep, you always want to kind of have the hammer in the even ends. That's always helpful. In a 10-end game, it's usually the 8th that's important, but in a 8-end game, the 6th is a big factor.
So just in the other games to let you know in this section that Aku Kausta indeed did take that 4 that we talked about. So he leads the young Nyman rink 4-2, playing the 5th end. Lee McCleary is 4-2 up against Kiss. So the way things stand, with 4 out of 5 rounds played, that would mean that Kausta and Smith qualified if they both won. For the competition in this particular section to carry on, one of those two, Smith or Kausta, needs to lose the game that they're currently playing.
And again, Kyle's going with the draw to the wing tactic there. Cammy's just slipped back to kind of back 12 foot, and Graham's now got the decision to make as to whether, and he's going aggressive. Earlier on in the game, we saw him hit the shot that was put in the house, but we're at this kind of later stage where a steal would be really helpful for them right now. So they're going to try and put one up close to the house on the centre line. And that's
Cammy's come what, about 5 feet too far.
Yep.
He really wanted that in front of the tee. It's could almost later on in the end be useful for the black team. That stone right at the back of the
I
house.
think that the black team will be hoping that they keep all the play in the centre and that it won't come into play, but certainly
it
could.
Of jams.
Jams, yeah, absolutely. That one from Alan's just slipped a little bit into the front of the house there, so Cammy will be playing a hack weight. A nice wee hit and roll.
So Cammy playing a canny weight here. What he doesn't want to do is catch on the blue and push it out of play, because if he does that,
wow, that one's just
it gets
swung
replaced.
big time.
Let's see what happens. Graham furiously trying to get it out of play.
And he has as well.
And he has. So according to the rules of the game, that stone gets replaced to both skips' satisfaction.
Well, really, Graham gets to choose where it goes, because he obviously should put it back in the same place, but it's up to him really where he puts it.
Yeah.
So that was a bit of a mistake from the Smith team, and it's quite. Graham's still not quite happy with where it is, but his team will be quite happy with the position they're sitting in now. They've got a long centre guard. They've got another one at the top of the 12 foot. I would suggest they probably want to keep play in the middle, but Graham's looking at going to that back 12.
So he's calling, I mean, to me, he comes around this hand here and tries to sit top 4 in behind that cover, so that he's got 3 stones in a line almost.
Yeah, I think that's what they're going for, and I
That's
think
what they're
that's
going
probably the right call. I think
Yeah.
keeping it in the middle at this stage is probably wise.
So this is Robert McBride playing this in-turn draw.
Yeah, I think it needs a little bit of help for weight here. The line's not bad, but
Probably just wants that to finish a bit. He really wanted to sweep that a bit further, I think, because he's kind of almost set up. No, perhaps not. That guard is perhaps good enough. I was thinking about a double, but I don't think it's going to happen.
no, I think you can't
He's
see the
going to go
inside.
for the. He's looking at going for a raise here,
Yeah, he's running
running it back on,
running the long
blue
guard.
guard
Yeah.
onto those blue stones.
This is one of those situations where he probably needs to watch the jam on the back yellow, actually.
Yeah.
But that'll not be his main focus. With last stone, Kyle will just be hoping that when he comes to play his last, the 4 foot's open. And Duncan just splits off the front centre guard, so that's good enough for now.
Okay, so Graham Black pondering what to do next. He's got 2 stones lying there. He probably wants to make one of them better, I would think.
Yeah. He either does that or he hits the back yellow, but I would suggest that probably,
Yeah, he's
mind
looking
you,
at a
no, the
raise.
back yellows, I think those 2 blues are both out counting the back yellow, to be honest, so
Oh, I don't know he's looking at that at all. I think he's quite happy to keep that there. I think to me it looks as if he's going for a raise or... Oh,
yeah, no, he's not quite 100% sure what he's doing. If he could make one of those front ones better, or even come round the top of the 4 foot, it would kind of just make Kyle's shots harder. But only, it's just hard to tell from this angle how many. I think blue are lying too.
yeah, no, I think blue are lying too. I don't think there's any problem with that. I think he just wants to try and, if he can, either get one top 4 by perhaps, say, for example, pushing the one that he's just touching there, pushing that up. In fact, that's the call he's nominating. Yeah, so that's the kind of ice he's giving. So it's taking a long time to decide. They're playing the other hand now. Okay, so but the idea here is to play a kind of back 4 foot weight and angle.
Yeah, I think they were
Angle
right
the
with their
blue
call
in
with the
behind the
handle, the first handle that they called. To be honest, I think they were probably better. Just if this mind you, I suppose if this overswings, they can play the split. And it looks like they're now going for the outside shot. So I'm a bit confused as to what the call is here. I think they've changed their mind just with the line of the shot.
Just didn't quite have enough weight there, and I think Kyle Smith will be aiming to. That's interesting. He thinks, what he's going to do, he's looking at hitting the stone that's sitting on its own there, and actually catching the stone that's just beside it on its backside, as it were, to kick it out. I think it'll be big weight.
Yeah. Going by the hand over the head, it looks like he probably is expecting big weight, and he'll not want to he'll probably want to catch about 3/4 of that first stone, because if he catches much less, he runs the risk of hitting the back yellow. So he's about 3/4 of this, and he'll want to just come off the back of the blue there.
So this is Duncan Menzies, and he will be throwing a fairly heavy stone.
Yeah.
He's looking to get a double slightly the wrong way, but let's just see what happens. There it comes, bang bang. Yep, and you see what's happened there. It's just nearly perfect. I think he's probably kicked that stone out. Yes, he has. So that's exactly what Kyle asked him for.
Yeah, The only thing with that is that he's taken the back yellow, but they'll not be too bothered about that, to be honest. They've opened up the middle, which was the main aim. It does leave Graham with the opportunity still to hit that yellow in lie 2, which would force the Smith team to the 1, but really what Graham wants to be going for right now is the steal, and it's not sitting great with those guards moved from the centre line. It's not looking as good as it was before for the opportunity for the steal for Graham.
Yeah, that was a good spot from young Kyle Smith there. So
there's
Scott Hamilton, sorry, Smith, young Kyle Smith. Scott Hamilton.
They're going for the roll to the other side. Now that needs to take a wee seat, which it has done, so that's a good shot from
Well
Scott.
played.
Splitting
Well
the
played.
house. At least Kyle, we hit and roll in here. He's still got a chance. He'll not be going for his 2, but if the opportunity arises, he's not going to say no to it. So he'll play a wee hit and try and get in behind that blue guard there, and then ask the question of Graham or Scott. It'll still be to play.
Indeed. So in other words, this is Kyle thinking to himself, well, okay, job number 1, hit the blue.
Yep.
But if I get that wee roll, then suddenly I could be putting real pressure on scoring a 2.
Yeah, see Grant Stone there's just, it's hit that straight bit. There's, having played here recently, there's, when you go out that wide, there does tend to be a bit that it's almost like a ridge. If you go over it, it doesn't come back, and if you're inside it, it swings big. So it's just one of these things, and Grant Stone must have just hit the wrong side of that ridge there and stayed on it and didn't come back. So gives Graham the chance to the chance to come round that blue, and if he nicks it and rolls in himself, that's not a disaster because he would then be lying 3.
Indeed, because he would split that other blue back into the house, as it were,
Yeah.
because it was in the house and was kicked out
Yep.
a couple of stones ago by Duncan Menzies. Okay, so Scott Hamilton's shot.
Yeah,
It's an
they're really
out-turn
needing to
draw.
work this for the
To
weight
work it, I
here.
think they've got the split instead, but they want to get big separation if they can.
Yeah, that's worked out all right. There's not a lot of space between the two of them, but
I see another double.
yeah, they could have done with getting a bit more space between them, but it's they're still going to have the chance to lie 1 or 2, and there is the danger for Grant's shot here that the shooter could actually roll back up, depending on the angle that he hits this.
So Grant Hardy, big weight hit, looking to cart at least 2 of these blue stones,
And has done,
which he has done.
and stuck around,
Now,
which is nice.
A dilemma for Graham because he doesn't have hammer. He's lying shot at the moment. Now does he go defensive and take that yellow? And he
Yeah.
would then lie 2, and he probably does, because the other option obviously is to try and draw in behind it.
Yeah, no, he wants to just hit that yellow. Maybe a wee roll. He'll probably need to roll to get himself in the house.
He probably
We roll
will.
towards the centre
Yeah.
line, and you'll be quite happy with that, I think.
So Graham composes himself in the hack.
Yep. Again, he's playing a nice controlled kind of down weight, which is nice to see. They'll just want that to swing a wee bit more, otherwise it's not going to end up in the house. No, unfortunately for
That's a
Graham,
shame.
it's
That
just
really
rolled
needed
out.
to roll the other side, didn't it?
Yeah.
And that makes Kyle's job all the much easier.
Yeah, Kyle will be quite happy with that result, but Graham will be a bit disappointed. He played the nice controlled weight. I don't know if maybe they just took too much ice or if he was a wee bit wide. I didn't see from this angle, but it's
That
a
same wee
shame.
bit that Grant caught the previous time with.
Well,
with
no,
slightly
Grant was a bit
straighter.
wider out, but
Yeah.
it could have been just a bit
Possibly
much
he's just
ice.
thrown it a bit wide.
Yep. Again, it's on that lefty out turn.
Just jammed it out a wee bit maybe. So, Kyle Smith, first stone, 6th end. if you'd given him this stone to play at the beginning of the end, he would have taken it.
He definitely would, especially after the mishap with Cammie's hack weight, which took out the centre guard and got replaced. It wasn't looking good for the Smith team at all, but
So you know how I was saying?
Right, I think we need to stop giving them commentators curse.
Is that about the first miss that he's had?
I don't think Kyle's missed anything, you're right. I think he just
It just seemed to curl.
it drew.
So now you might argue, why doesn't he just put it right on the pot lid? The answer is it would be too easy for Kyle to take away.
Yeah.
So they're now debating about where they put it. I mean, they put it top 12, force Kyle to the draw.
This is a really common situation for
Yeah.
people to find themselves in. And, do you know, I don't think I've ever done the same thing twice.
Yeah.
It's one of these things that it depends what your opposition's better at, hitting or drawing, where you put it, what the ice is doing. It's so dependent. But I think Scott's not really giving us any clue as to what they've actually decided on.
Well, I think they're talking top 8.
Okay. What they don't want is to put it somewhere where Kyle just has to hit it on the nose.
Which would be top 8. So
So
I think I'd be
top
going
12,
top 12.
yeah, if they're going
and then
there.
forcing him to draw and take each one, which is at the end of the day, when they started this end, their goal was force the other team to a 1.
Yep, absolutely. The other option would have been to put the stone out pretty much close to where Scott's brush is actually at the moment.
Right.
But then with that just leaves Kyle an open draw to the 8 foot. So I always think a stone in the centre makes it look a bit more difficult for the opposition. Whether or not it is more difficult is a different story. It's the psychological thing, isn't it? So this looks like it needs a little bit of help for weight actually. The sweepers are working on it, but I think they'll get there. Yeah, well
Right.
swept. So
I think that's pretty much perfect because it forces. So Kyle's probably going to go for the one that he's just missed and go for it again. Now, what they've done is they've brought the ice in. In other words,
well, they're playing a different handle than they
they're
played
playing
the
a
first
different
time.
handle altogether.
Yeah,
Right, okay, so
he played the out turn on his first shot and it over curled, but he's playing the in turn on this one. Unless he's drawing. No, he's
we're all
not.
looking at that stone. I
No,
think
he's definitely not
going for
drawing.
it, yeah.
But he was fairly certain he wanted to have a go at the hit, so. He is drawing. Yes. He is drawing. It just looked like the way he was holding the stone, he was playing an in turn, but no, he's playing the out turn draw. So he just needs to hit the 8 foot here. And he looks like he's alright. The sweepers have it all under control. Yeah, I think that one maybe picked up. Kyle's given the ice a bit of a sweep, but it looked fine to me. I don't think there was any major panic.
The 6th end, so I suppose there's an element of fudging. You know, these guys, when they sweep pretty hard and
Yeah.
they rip the ice off. Anyhow, that's 6th end. Graham forces Kyle against 2 shots to draw for his 1. So the Kyle Smith team moved to 4-2. Scored a shot there in the all-important 6th end.
Yep.
So Kyle Smith leads 4-2.
Yeah, Graham will be really looking to go for a 2 or a 3 here in this end. Kyle will just be looking to force him to his 1 probably. We'll probably see some peeling of guards from the Smith team and trying to keep things as open as possible and as few stones around as possible.
Meanwhile, just to keep you up to date in the other 2 games, Lee McCleary finds himself drawing for 2 in the 7th end against Kiss. That would take him to 7-2 and basically game over. In the Nyman versus Kausta game, the young Nyman Swedish team have scored a 2, so they've gone from they're now 5-4 down, playing the 6th end. Meanwhile, Cammie Smith will have been asked for, I would imagine, top 4.
And it's top 12. I mean, it's in
And
the
it's-
house. It's not a disaster,
It's not
but
a disaster, but it's not.
I wonder if there's maybe been an issue with the stones that they're playing or,
Well,
or
yeah,
something, because
it's
they really
Cammie's-
haven't been happy with the weight, and it's not like him because normally Cammie's pretty decent with his weight control. So
So Graham, as you suggested, looking to score a 2, so his first stone would be a corner guard.
Yep.
And Kyle calling for top 4. So he's trying to keep the game in the centre.
Yeah, he's going to want to force Graham to play some hits, and what Graham really wants to be doing is drawing in behind guards rather than trying to worry about getting rid of Kyle's stones. So he'll just get Cammy to put a stone either in behind that yellow or even on top of it would be fine, and just make it a bit more difficult for Graham.
So Sweeper's nursing this stone in.
That was a much better weight
it's a
from
better weight, better
Cammy. That's
stone.
more what you'd expect from him, to be honest. And as predicted, Graham's obviously faced with 2 yellow stones, not quite in the centre, but pretty much. He feels that he needs to get rid of one of them, so he's asking Alan to hit and possibly play a wee roll.
Well, I think there's two options. I think he was actually looking at the straight double, as it were.
Yeah.
But if he's a bit tight, then there's always the option of the coming off the front stone and in behind the guard.
Rolling off, yeah.
Well, that's maybe what they're going for.
Yeah, because they
At this
played a
weight,
really
yeah.
down weight, but that's all right. He's leaving
Yep.
the blue in front of the yellow there. Kyle will just go for the guard here. He's lying shot. He doesn't need to worry about that blue at the moment. Just get rid of the guard so there's no cover for Graham. And we're talking about the young Swedish boys there. They've just stolen a 1 to go 5-all against the Kausta team. So that's going into their 7th end. So all square, and they'll be looking to force a 1 here or even have a wee steal. And here's Duncan Menzies back on our sheet with the peel. And it looks fairly straightforward.
Yeah, the one shot that the second has to have in their back pocket is the peel.
Yeah,
All the
definitely.
great teams had a guy at second that was able to clean things up when needed.
Absolutely.
Pete Smith, Vicky Adams.
Yeah,
Muirhead's
Vicky's pretty good at her peels.
She's pretty hot at that kind of thing.
Yeah, even my little Rianne, she was pretty good. She looks really small, but she can play a good peel weight. And Scott, her brother, he's the master of flashing his first peel just so he can play a double with his
Double with
second. And did you hear I've won a training session with Team Edwards? They're one of their sponsors, VG Energy, offered a shirt, one of their Scotland shirts, but also a training session, and I entered the competition and won it.
And you won it.
So I will be getting coached by Team Scotland as they are for the Europeans.
So this will be Team Scotland coaching Team Scotland.
Well, yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
the
I think
skipper of Team Scotland.
I think I'm going to get my other half to go. He's never curled, so I think I'll send him along and get some practice.
Okay, so Kyle going for the peel again. Duncan Menzies playing his second stone.
And again, another peel down the same line, and sweep it a wee bit, but it looks like it was pretty straightforward, pretty simple for him. Duncan's another player that's been there or thereabouts on the junior circuit for a wee while, and very good player, but this is his first year in this team, and I think anyway, as far as I'm aware, and he's come on a lot. He's pretty steady.
He's still got a couple of years to go, has he not? in
I think
juniors?
he's
Yes.
yeah,
And he's got a team entered in the juniors, is that right?
could be.
I think he does, yeah. No, I think he does.
Could be. That'll be one of the reasons possibly for this team being a 5-man rotation as well. Then.
Yeah. It is quite difficult at that age because people, depending what age you are, you find yourself in a team, out a team. Cammy, for example, I think is still junior age, if you will.
Right, but maybe
whereas
not
Kyle
playing.
and Grant aren't.
Yeah.
So it's always quite tricky.
So what have we got here? We've got another guard gone up from Robert McBride, and we'll see Grant Hardy just remove this, I think.
Yep, it's his first stone. So again, peel weight.
Yeah, plenty of rotation, pretty straight down that line, doesn't swing much off the centre if you're close to the centre line anyway at that weight, so pretty comfortable.
And we're getting quite deep into the end now, and this is it's at this point you start thinking, well, when do we do what we're thinking about doing, which is this hit here, and how do we do it?
Yeah, it's
one option is the raise the blue onto the yellow. The other option is the coming round at kind of quiet weight, hitting and rolling to the side.
Yeah, I think the one that Graham's going for at the moment is the hit and roll. I think that's the safest option at the moment, because you really don't want to lose that blue at the front. So he's said that the way, even if he clips the blue, it should hang around, and he might even keep his shooter as well. But I think the aim is here just to get rid of that yellow and roll to the wing, although that looks a bit tight.
So this is a hack weight from Scott.
Yeah, sweepers are on it pretty quick. I think it looks like we're on the front blue already.
So they need to let it curl right over the face of it almost, which is almost doing. Probably that is, I think he was just a bit light there as well, to be honest.
And he's not quite got it out the house,
No.
so that's not a disaster. The only thing is, I mean, Kyle's still in shot position. He'll be quite happy just to hit that back one and say, right, what are you going to do now?
So Grant going for the back one now. You'll notice it's significantly less weight. That seemed to swing, didn't it?
Yeah, that one's just swung. It's stayed on the blue though, but it did swing a lot more than they were expecting it to.
But it's finished up pretty well, and it does give Graham a bit of an issue now. He's really got to go over. He's got to go for that shot now on the full foot.
Yeah.
But it's a less easy shot than it was, and that's why I think he's being forced onto the shot he's going for here, which is the promotion, the blue onto the yellow.
Yeah, and the good thing with that is that if he does get this just right, then his shooter should roll into the house just a little bit, and he might even get rid of both yellows there if he's really lucky. And Robin's abandoned me, so now I can talk about him. Yeah, so they're just deciding what weight to play and what way to come at this. Actually, this is what there's big discussions on whether they can see enough to hit that yellow and stick around, or whether they should run the blue onto the yellow. But again, that's much more risky, and when you're 2 down, you really need to keep all your stones in the house. So that's just the decision they're going to have to make, and what weight to play and everything like that.
I think that, to me, with the accuracy these guys have, typically, I'd be going for the shot he's going for, which is the promotion of the blue onto the yellow. Because the yellow is not nearly as open as it was the last time, and he missed that.
Yeah,
so
no, you're right. Still discussing this one. It's obviously a big decision. This is quite an important shot in the end, so they'll just want to take their time and decide that they're definitely going for the right shot here. And I think they're must still not be quite sure.
Well, he's come back to this other shot that he went for the first time round. Now, if you look at that, you can see that's a great angle on it. He's only seeing half of that stone.
Yeah.
And he's got to hang around. And running through Scott's mind as he throws this stone is the thought that I missed this the last time.
Yeah.
But he's given him a fair bit more ice, and I think he'll play it just a little bit heavier than the last one.
Yeah.
Which
Looks
he
like
has
he's all
done.
right, actually. It's hard to tell from this angle. We're sitting in slightly diagonal, but it looks pretty good.
Yeah, this looks
he's getting
pretty
a
good to
lot of
me.
the stone.
Yeah.
And it's at that nice
played
down
that one
weight.
well. Yeah. Just
the-
that little bit heavier. He's managed to get that through the back. If you recall the last stone, he actually hung around. Plus, he was tight.
Yeah. The only
Tight
thing with
and light's
that
never
is that
good.
no tight,
Never-
light, and
it's
what's the
never
third
good.
one?
Wide and heavy is pretty bad as well.
Well, wide and heavy. Yeah. No, the only thing with that one is that he was always going to leave Kyle Sitting's second shot with the opportunity to
Yeah.
hit and lie two again.
Yeah, agreed.
But the good thing, I suppose, is that now that blue's out in the open, is that Kyle's shooter might be out in the open after this, and Graham might get a shot at the double for a 2. But if he had played the other way, if he'd run the blue onto the yellow, then it could have been that he might have got rid of both the yellows, or at least open up the back one. So that was probably what they were discussing down there. Can't obviously. Might just have been talking about what they're going to have for dinner. You never know, but I have a feeling that would have been the
I think
options.
that was those were the options. Yeah. Just looking at the record, Scott Hamilton actually skipped a team to victory in the Scottish Junior Championships
Yes, he
back
did.
11 years ago. Yeah.
In
2003.
2003, yeah, I was
Yeah.
going to say that's about the right date.
So Kyle Smith, is this one swinging?
They're working hard on it, but I think they've
Oh,
held
looks
it
all
well.
right. And he's going to try the little hit and roll behind, which
Yeah.
no, that
Really
is
nice
quite a good
shot.
stone.
Well,
Now,
he's not quite as buried as he
He's-
would probably have hoped to be. Graham will get a shot at that, but again, I think he will need to play the down weight, just because he'll have about 6/8. So what's that? 3/4.
well, if you remember, Scott Stone came past that yellow stone with about 2 or 3 inches to spare, and he got quite a bit of it, and he's seeing just about as much.
Yeah.
So this shot's definitely on. If you could almost just hit and literally hang around.
Yeah.
You can't see the inside of it, I don't think. But if you can hit and hang around, you just need to try and put some big pressure onto Kyle. Remember, this is Graham Black desperately trying to get a 2 this end. Playing the 7th end, he's 2 shots down.
Yeah. This is, again, they'll just be discussing how they want to play this and how much they can see and what's the best way. I mean, the other option for Graham, well, it's not really an option, I suppose, is to draw around, but that's just leaving. If he gets it right on the poppy, then Kyle's just going to put his yellow back onto it. So it's whether he uses the blue or just goes straight for the yellow here is, again, what they'll be discussing. They'll be feeling a bit like it's Groundhog Day because they just keep ending up in the same sort of similar situation.
That was a great film, by the way.
Was it? I don't think I've ever seen it. I just used the phrase.
It was a great
I heard
film.
somebody use it one time, so I thought I was.
Bill
hope I'm
Murray
using
in
it in the right context.
Was it Bill Murray? Was the bloke that kept getting? Yeah, I know. It was Andy McDowell
There
was
you
the
go.
object of his infatuation 1,000 times over.
Robin's off in his happy place
He learned to play
from
the piano.
19 Canteen when that film came
There's
out.
all kinds of things. Great film. Okay, back to the game. So this is another quiet wait.
Yeah, I think it looks like he's dropped his weight even further actually here. He's taken a lot of ice for this one, and it looks like he's maybe just trying to bump this stone back to maybe even the back of the 12 foot.
Well, yeah. That's a brave
I'm
shot.
not
He
sure.
saw what happened to Scott. He saw what happened to Scott Hamilton's first attempt.
Yeah.
And Scott Hamilton did the same thing. So, fair bit of ice. You would almost argue back 12 weight. Graham throws it. It's on its way down. Here it comes. You can see it on the screen there.
Yeah, the sweepers
Now
were
this
on
is
it,
a good
but
picture, but that looks just a little bit heavy. I'm afraid that's a lot heavier than Scott Stone. It's hanging out and hanging out and hanging out.
it's just not
Is it
got the
getting enough of
swing
it?
that the last one had.
Now the ice he was giving, he needed to be almost T-weight, really, didn't he?
Yeah,
No.
I did think it was a lot of ice, but they must have thought it was going to swing, so it's just stayed a little bit straight, and it was lovely back ring weight. It's obviously stopped in the back ring. It's just that it's not even out counting that back yellow, which is a shame actually.
Now, call me old-fashioned, but I might be inclined to put a guard on that yellow, would I not?
You might be. I think he
'Cause
maybe
he's
is
talking
as
about
well.
putting a
But
third stone in.
I think what Kyle's worried about is what he just kind of signalled there is Graham running the blue onto the yellow and taking the double on the yellows across the face. That's the kind of shot that Graham loves, especially when he's 2 down in the 7th end, needing a 2.
Right, okay,
and I think
fair
that's what Kyle's worried about, so that's why he's probably going to play to get a third stone in the house, so that there's no danger that Graham can score a
So
big
he's
end.
very focused on, I don't care about, I just want to force a 1.
Yeah, he's
kind of thing,
definitely
yeah.
not worried about the steal here.
Right, okay, got you.
Obviously, that would be a bonus for him, but he's
Yeah.
definitely more worried about forcing Graham to draw for his 1 rather than play a big shot for a possible 2 or
Yeah,
a 3.
okay.
That would be, I think, what they'll be thinking about. I'm presuming he's playing the draw here and not. Yeah, he's playing the draw.
Okay, so he's just playing a draw. He needs to get this up to the tee.
Yeah, he'd be looking to go
Sweepers
tee or just back tee.
Tee or just
Actually, I would
back, but
think.
the sweepers are, they seem to like it.
Yeah.
Looks pretty good to
On
me.
it, yeah, I think he's
So as
certainly.
you say,
lying
that
to me.
takes the risk away, and Graham still has a big shot to play.
Graham's
I
going to
imagine
need
he's
to.
going to go for the open shot, is he?
Yeah, he'll just draw the
He'll draw the forfeit.
potted. Yeah, it just needs to be fully forfeit. Well, when I say just,
Yeah.
make it sound like it's easy. It's not an easy shot at all. But Graham's had his draw weight really nice, so hopefully he just pops this one on the pot
Okay.
lid.
So if you're Team Smith, it's job done this end.
Yeah,
You forced the 1.
absolutely, absolutely.
And if anything else happens, that's just a big bonus.
Yeah, exactly. They'll be hoping for anything to go wrong here, so that'll kill the game. But for a viewer's point of view, it would be quite nice if Graham could draw the pot lid and take it to the 8th.
Okay, critical stone here from Graham Black. Sweepers, eyes up, good to see.
I think
Sweeping,
it's
not
nice
sweeping.
line.
They need to work that though. They need to work that.
It's a
They
really
need to
nice
work
line
it.
it's got though.
Oh,
it's a
the
bit
sweepers
short.
weren't sweeping hard enough.
So that's 3 to
That's
Kyle.
3, and that is the end of that game.
Yeah, and
Yes, they're shaking hands.
Yeah.
That was strange. The sweepers just didn't catch that.
yeah, I don't know if he maybe just went because he had to take a bit more ice than they have been down that side. I think that maybe just got caught in a little bit of frost and probably thought it was fine.
Possibly.
Yeah.
So, Kyle Smith, and that's him through now, definitely. He cannot
Yeah.
be caught. 4 wins in Section B. An excellent performance there by Kyle Smith, apart from, I think, 1 miss. I think,
Yeah,
the
one
only I
miss,
saw.
and that's it. Yeah.
And Graham will be disappointed to go. That's 4 games he's lost now.
Yeah.
But he
He
they
kept
can
with
take some
them,
positives
yeah.
from this as well. They can take some positives.
Yeah.
They lost the 2 the first end, and they never really got it back. But they stayed with them, and given that they're not curling nearly so often.
Yeah, I mean, I think the result is probably the expected one if you were on paper before that. But
Having said
before
that,
the
they've
game,
not
but they
shaken hands.
actually
Sorry, I
no, they
thought
have shaken hands. This is the draw the shot.
Oh,
for
draw
the
shot,
next.
right? Okay, I've got
Yeah.
it. So this is Kyle Smith. So this is just to let you know is a draw shot challenge. Sorry, it's a draw shot just to
see who
get the
gets
teams to see who gets hammer in the last game. That's the reason for this. Meanwhile, on sheet 2, there is a very interesting game going on.
Yeah, the Coast team got 1 in the 7th end, so they're 1 up without down the last end.
And if the Coaster team win this game, Kerry, I think I'm right in saying they would go through as well because they've won all their games.
Yeah, that would put them onto 4 wins as well, and the section would be over.
Would be over. If they lose that game, however, and if Nyman wins that game, then Nyman goes to 2 wins. Coast is on 3 wins. Lee McCleary looks as if he's going to win his game, so he would go to 2 wins. So second place would still be open.
Yeah, so this last end on sheet 2, I don't know if we're watching it or not yet.
This last end on sheet 2 is actually critical.
It's very critical.
Which is one of those.
Okay. Well, we're just waiting here on sheet 3. Obviously, Kyle's shot was just at the side of the forefoot for his draw shot. We're just waiting for a measure. Graham was trying to measure it with his brush, but obviously that's not accurate enough for the umpires. And it had to be left there until we could get Calder Benzies here on to tell us how far away that is from the centre. Before Scott Hamilton, it looks like, is playing the draw for the black team. So here we go. Scott's been given the job of Team Black to throw the draw the shot. They'll be hoping for last stone in the last round robin game that they've got later on this evening, where, let me see, who do they play? What's today? Saturday night. They play against Lee McCleary this evening. So another battle of the Scots. And Scots just stops top of the 12 foot there, so I didn't see where Lee's was. They've also finished their game. They didn't play a 7th end. So I think that we're just about to move on to sheet 2 to see the Nyman versus Coust last end there, where currently the Team Coust are 1 up without Hammer, and they are playing blue stones. The Nyman team, the young Swedish boys, are red, and they are looking to score 2 in this end. At the moment, it's not looking good for them. We're on sheet 2 now. So this is the second from the Coust team. I don't know their names. Sack the commentator. Robin's just away downstairs to see if he can catch Kyle Smith for a quick chat, so you should hear from him shortly. He's going to try and grab a chat with Kyle down at the side of the ice. So, there he is. You can see him in the background of the screen. Not sure whether he's caught him or not. Here, so the young Swedish boys are looking to. They'll probably need to kind of open up the middle at some point. Whether they do that now, I think it might be an idea to do it as early as possible. They're just having a discussion about what they want to do here. So I think the decision is to try and come through the hole between the 2 red stones there. It's quite a tight hole, but I think that's the plan at the moment. And they're playing a reasonably big weight. That doesn't look like it's going to swing, Or maybe they're trying for the run back. But at least they've opened up the centre now, which is helpful for them when they've got last stone. Okay, right, we're just going to hear from Robin just now down at the side of the ice. I think he's managed to grab Kyle Smith, so we're just going to swap over to him just now.
Hello there, I'm here with winning skip there, Kyle Smith. Kyle, well done, good game.
Yeah, we got a win, but didn't play our best by any means, but very happy to get a win.
But you personally played pretty well. I think I saw you miss 1 hit and 1 draw, and that was it. Everything else was perfect.
Aye, the boys swept and judged really well. Grant made some good shots, Duncan as well, Cammy as well, so we all contributed and played reasonably well.
Is that there's no I in team? Well played. That was good. So pleased with the game. That's you qualified now for the quarterfinals. 4 straight wins. You can't be caught. Well done on that.
Cheers. First time we've qualified here, so yep, happy about that.
And your season so far, generally, you quite pleased with the way things are going?
New team together, so we've not had the results maybe yet, but we're just trying to improve on that every time we go on the ice. So.
Well, you look pretty good to me there. That was pretty good. Congratulations on that, Kyle, and good luck in the quarterfinals when they come. Thanks very much.
Cheers.
Cheers, Kyle.
Okay, so we're back here, and you just missed a shot from the young Swedish team that ran back one of the blue guards that was on the centre line into the one that was on the side of the forefoot. So there's now nothing in the house. There's lots of cover out front. We have the third player for the Finnish team, for Team Kausta, trying to draw around the centre guards. It looks pretty nice line if they've got the weight. If they can just sneak it past this red. It's just clipped off that, but they're still going to keep control of the front of the house. There's not a lot of space for the Reds to get in there at the moment, but they'll certainly try and get through that hole. Okay, so here we go, trying an in-turn draw. That looks quite a tight line, but they're shouting that the weight's up a bit, so they'll maybe try and get a wick in off something, but yeah, it's going to just clip that blue and roll in behind, so that's a pretty good result actually. It's getting a clap here in the gallery, even though that wasn't quite the first call, but it's a pretty good result for them. And now the bit more experienced guys from Finland are going to have to make a play on that. They're going to have to run that front blue back. Remember, they're 1 up, but they've not got last stone at the moment, so they're really wanting to probably first of all go for the steal, but first of all worry about not letting the young Swedish boys score 2, but if they get an opportunity to go for the steal, I'm pretty sure they will. So I think they'll try and run this back. They're just, I think my finish isn't brilliant, but I think they're trying to work out which handle is best to play this on and what weight to play. We've got the Icemen furiously working hard to get the ice ready for the next session. It's a pretty tight turnaround, but seem to have been doing a good job so far this weekend. Now, here comes the run back attempt. It's not looking too far away. It just needs to swing a bit more. Just misses it. So there's another opportunity to get another stone in there, but it's going to be where to put it, so that they're not leaving that red open, but also not leaving any doubles as well. Yeah, so that's Robin joined us back after his sprint back up the stairs after his chat with Kyle. I didn't get to hear it, but I'm guessing Kyle's pretty happy with the result of that game.
Yeah, well, it was interesting. He was happy with the result, but he wasn't that happy with the game. Although I said to him he'd played pretty well, I thought. But I think he just thought it was a bit scrappy.
Yeah, no, we can see that from up here. I think the weight control was probably the thing that let both sides down a little bit, wasn't it? Wasn't quite up to their normal standard, but at least they know that and they can move on and worry about that for the next game. But here we have Team Nyman bringing another red in. It's not ended up in the best place. It's going to give Kaust a wee chance to play the double and possibly even roll up behind those blues. That was quite a good opportunity for Team Nyman there, but they just their stone placement just wasn't the best.
Yeah. Was he trying to play a guard there?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
It ran straight true and heavy and high, it seemed to me.
Yeah, we talked about tight and light. That was heavy and wide. It's not a good combination.
Indeed. That was Simon Granbaum playing.
Yeah, I didn't even make any effort to go with the names. I'm going with team names.
Team names, yeah, quite right. Well, this is Aku Kausta, who's been a big supporter of the Edinburgh International. He's been here at least 3 times.
Yeah, I was saying he's a bit more experienced than these young boys from Sweden, but
yes.
So he'll be knowing exactly what he's trying to go for in this end. I was saying he'll be avoiding the 2, but if he gets an opportunity to go for the steal, he'll certainly take it. Whereas these boys, they really needed to worry about their stone placement a bit more there and not leave him with an opportunity. He looks like he had been playing fairly well, so I mean this should be a fairly straightforward shot for him. But you never know.
That, though. I don't know if you noticed that as it came out the hand.
I don't think he can miss this though.
No, well, probably not. To be fair, no, he can't. Okay, but that does leave, depending on the ice, it leaves an in-turn draw.
Yeah, or an out-turn draw. They can come round behind a single corner guard. They've been playing the in-turn draws, but the line's not brilliant for them. It's swinging quite big, and to get past that outside red and then still get by the blue and get covered, it's not an easy feat. So maybe the out-turn's the simpler shot here, where the third player is just signalling at the moment.
What's interesting is that on the sheet in total, all the Scottish teams are off having played their A10s, and we're left with the two games where it's two foreign teams playing against each other. They tend to play quite slowly, don't they, really? When there's no time clocks, they just kind of take their time.
Take their time, yeah. Well, mind you, the Smith and Black game only went to 7 ends, so they would still be on if they'd went to 8.
Well, I'll grant you that.
Yeah, but, I mean, yeah, you're right, though. The other ones have all played 8. So yeah.
So taking the time on this one, but to be fair, I wouldn't blame them for that. This is a big shot. This is a big shot. Now,
this could change the whole section.
Yeah. Well, it looks as basically, if Nyman wins this game, it opens the section up for second place.
Yep.
If Kausta wins the game, then he plays Smith for the honour later on today of who wins the section.
Yep.
It's as simple as that.
Yeah, and they're both through even before that last game, so they'll just be playing for position in the quarterfinals.
So as you say, he's got to really clear that. He's really got to be coming down in a line that's just about on the centre line. But let's see what he does. Here he is. This is young Frederick Nyman, second time here. He was here last year. He didn't do quite so well last year, but he's doing a little bit better this year, to be fair to him. Yeah,
I mean, this is a close game, so even if they don't come out on the right side of it, they can take away some positives, I'm sure. Haven't been watching it the whole game, but I'm pretty sure that there must have been some good shots played. He's changing his mind again.
Changing his mind.
At least, though, when he went down and the sweepers must have said something to him in the hat, at least he's coming back down to have a look, and he's not just changing his mind and playing a different shot from the hat, because that's a skip's worst nightmare, is being told when you're down there that you should play something else and then not coming back down. So it's definitely a bit of a wise decision. Yeah.
So he's decided to go for the looks like he's going for the draw around the one that you called, Kerry, the draw around the red.
Yeah, the intern draw.
It's down some quite wide ice. Don't know whether we've been playing that ice or not.
I don't know how much they've played down there, but he does have the blue at the back for back. Mind you, he would have had that on either handle, depending on what the line goes. If he's a bit heavy and it doesn't swing, he's got the blue for backing. I wonder if that was playing on his mind when he was deciding what handle to play or what shot to play. We've got Dave Monroe on the camera down there behind him. He must be absolutely freezing.
So Frederick Nyman, first stone we've seen, an in-turn draw.
Looks very confident in the hack, so it does look like it's a little bit heavy, but maybe not. The sweepers are on it, they're taking care of it. It's just not swinging all that much. They might need to bring it back to this blue to try and get it frozen just to try and give it a bit of safety because it's not going to get covered. How close is he? That's a pretty good effort.
Yeah, it's not a bad effort at all.
Yeah.
Makes Costa think. This is Costa's last stone, so what he wants to do is get rid of that red. So there's no chance of the young team scoring a 2 on him. And actually, that swung a little bit further towards the end than we thought. He's looking at it's difficult from the angle you're seeing it at on the screen now, but the red is perhaps a quarter covered, enough to keep Costa honest, I would suggest. He looks quite a steady player, does Aku Costa, always has. He's never really done much in Edinburgh before now.
Well,
he's
certainly going well this weekend so far, yeah.
So, this is Aku Costa's last stone of the 8th end. His target is simple. I need to clear the red stone that's lying in the house. I need to do so in such a way that I can I force the other team to take a 1. That takes it down the extra end. The last thing he wants to do is either miss by wrecking on the guard or by fanning it wide. So let's see what he does.
That's a good expression, Robin.
I meant fanning it wide. I think he's quite tight here.
I think they're
He might
pulling
be
it back,
all right.
though. I think he's all right.
Oof.
Yeah, he's made it.
Yep, good shot there from
Yeah,
Aku.
well swept, sweepers.
Yeah, that was a team shot. I hope he goes up and says thanks to the sweepers, because that was fairly tight. Brave shot.
Yeah.
He took the ice in, went for the heavier shot.
Yeah. No,
If
I
he'd
think.
wrecked the guard, it was end of game.
Yeah. Well, it was. Yeah.
In the meantime, that forces. No, that's interesting. Why is he changing his hand?
I'm not 100% sure, to be honest. That makes me think even more that he did have that blue at the back as backing in his head when he was playing his last shot there.
Yeah.
Because now they've completely changed and played the other handle when he's just played exactly the same shot down the end turn. So I'm a bit confused by this one, but each to their own.
Well, big shot this for the young man. This is to take it to an extra end. He has to put this anywhere in the house. He's playing an out-turn draw.
That looks like it could swing onto that red. No,
His
they're okay.
line's all
It's
right.
fine. It's hanging on the
So he
centre
just
line.
needs to watch the weight now.
Yeah, it's fine.
The sweeping that, I think I'd be not bothering.
Yeah, it's fine.
Doesn't really matter, you know. Okay.
I know.
Right, good shot. So that takes us into an extra end.
We've got a long shift today, Robin.
Yep.
We're on double time for this extra end.
Absolutely. That moves from a half pint to a pint.
I think so.
So, extra end. Hans Nyman. Sorry, that's his dad. Frederick Nyman is skipping this young team from Sweden. The second time they've been over. They've had a little bit of success here and there. They've won a few games here and there in their competitions this season. They're still very much in their learning curve. But Frederick Nyman, Simon Granbaum, Johannes Pats, Victor Martensen. And this is Victor Martensen throwing his first stone. So, have you ever played against these guys, or do you know anything about them at all?
To be honest, that's why I've been a bit quiet in this game. I don't know either team very well. I've obviously seen their names on draws and things when I'm looking at things on the web, but I've never played against either of them. So.
Certainly, judging by the two skips, they both look as if they can throw a good curling stone.
Yeah, they certainly, and confidently as well. They both are calling some pretty brave shots, and they look confident in the hack, and they're just throwing it well. So no, and going by the results that the Coast team have had this weekend, I think that they're obviously playing well. So
one of four Finnish teams in the competition this year: Aku Costa, Kasper Hakunti, Pauli Jemes, and Jani Pitko, with the alternative player Leo Mekele.
And we've also got Marku as well. Oh, sorry, I thought you were naming all the teams. You're naming just one team.
I would expect this to be another longish guard.
Yep, they certainly know what they're doing in the extra end anyway. There's been no thought over how they're going to play their shots or what they're going to do. It's just guard. So
It's 2 good stones from the lead. Well played.
Yeah. Must be nice when you're a lead and your 2 stones are out of the way and you think, right, now all we've got to do is sweep.
Yes.
Especially when you've played 2 good stones, you've done your bit.
Okay, so Yanni Pitcock just trying to go top 4 here if he can. And he's played a pretty nice stone. So Frederick just weighing up the options. I think what he's looking at here is just a kind of back 4 tap on that blue stone. So just push that stone back to the kind of the back 4.
Yeah, behind the tee line.
6
so that
foot
is,
behind the tee, as you say.
Yeah.
You said it earlier, any stone behind the tee when you don't have hammer as your friend. So that's what they're trying to do.
Yep, certainly when they're trying to steal. There's another extra end over on sheet 6. Tommy Rantamaki, and who is he playing against? He is playing Team Jasiki from Poland.
Is that Jazzy Aki or Yazzie Aki? I think it probably is.
Oh, okay. My pronunciation's not the best.
Now that wasn't a great result there. What they did was split one of the guards off, and although it looks as if it's quite good because they're lying 2 shots either side, the reality is you want that centre line covered as all you can.
Yeah, it just lets the Finnish team here try and take the centre guard off, a peel, and they'll even get a bonus if they catch one of those 2 reds and take it away as well. But just a straight peel here, it looks like. So now we're going to need to start putting centre guards back on. Back to square one it is.
Yeah, that was really not a great stone from the second there, in the stone before. Kind of opened things up, and it's made life quite difficult for Team Nyman. So the second needs to redeem himself here and put on a nice guard. Johannes Pats, his first stone was Pants, as opposed to his name's Pats, so I won't say that to him. He's about 6'3".
Yeah,
so
probably best leave that one. Yeah,
leave that one. But anyhow,
yeah, that's a good shot though. Nice centre guard, nice and close to the house, which makes it harder to remove without jamming on something. But I mean, at the moment, the Kausa team won't be too bothered about leaving things hanging around in the 12 foot. They've got the 4 foot open. That's the main thing, especially when their blues currently lying shot in the middle of the 8 foot.
Advantage them at the moment then, this extra end, would you say?
I would say so, yeah.
And that's really down to 1 stone.
Yeah, because
they were looking really good.
Yep, Team Nyman were set up really well. It just one small mistake just shows how the end can just swing. Yeah, there's the kind of jam that we're talking about, but again, that won't bother them. The only thing at the moment is that red stone is stopping the draw on the intern on the 4 foot. Intern, stopping on that side of the 4 foot, but at the moment that's not looking to be a massive issue.
So we're now into third stones.
Yeah. And we're looking to throw up another centre guard. This one's needing to get a lot of work by the sweepers. They were on that pretty quick.
Looks all right though. Simon Granbaum here. He's thrown a good stone. And this will be peeled.
So again, we'll go for the peel on the outturn. And I need to sweep that one because it's at the moment. Oh no, he got a little roll. But see, that's blocked the draw on the other.
Yeah, it's a wee break, to be fair. That's quite good from the Nyman perspective. At least there's something out front now, which there wasn't before.
Yep.
He calls for another one.
I think they probably still do want to put up another guard just
I think so, yeah.
Because the centre is still open at the moment. But yeah, certainly that guard hanging around along with the red on the other side is actually can only benefit them when it comes to if they can manage to get something in a good position when it comes to the skip's last stone.
So Simon Granbaum in the hat. Slides out. Lots of rotation on his guard.
Yeah. And again, the supers work it hard, but that's what they're there for.
As long as they get it over that hog line, the stone is in play. If they don't get it over the hog line, then the stone would be removed.
Yeah.
So again, he wanted that quite tight. He's got it quite tight. He's looking for jams and
that's
a little
good
bit
result.
of inaccuracy from the Cousted team. That's what he's looking for here.
Yeah, he's certainly got a good result anyway. That's nice and close. They'll be able to use it. The only thing is that they, depending on, they might actually be able to use it to play a double on those two front reds, and that would open up one side of the forefoot. Whether they do or not, I'm not sure, because the risk of the jam onto the blue is still there. So a team discussion here.
He plays the double, but he will hang around, I suspect, will he not? Unless it's a really thin double.
Yeah, he might spin through. It depends what he goes for. He's looking at it.
There's a big risk here, is there not, of him jamming the red stone that's just been played
onto the blue.
Onto that blue.
Yeah, there is.
So I think if I were him, I'd be forgetting about doubles. I'd be just trying to get rid of that stone and roll out the other way. So I'd be probably playing this on the out hand, as it were, and hitting half of it and just clearing. You can't really see from here. Now, if Kyle Smith were here, he would probably attempt to double off the other stone, hitting the back one. If you see it, hitting the back side of the front one. In fact, I think that's maybe what he's going for.
Yeah, I think he's trying to hit the outside one first.
Yeah.
So that he can ping the one on the centre line across sideways and leave his blue in the house.
Well, yeah, this could go wrong actually. I think. Let's see what happens.
It could go wrong, but it could also go very right. It's one of these things that, in this situation, you probably have to take a bit of a risk.
We have to hope it goes wrong, though, just purely from interest.
For entertainment purposes, yeah. I think that's over swinging for the. Oh no, he's okay. That's a good shot.
Now, Skip's first stone. Would you go for the hit and roll behind the blue on the left-hand side as we're looking at it now? Or would you... they're looking at just playing a little tap back, aren't they? A little 8-foot...
Yeah, I think I prefer that. I think that blue is actually helping them at the moment. It's not really helping them. It's useful for the Cousted team, but it's also blocking the draw, as we spoke about earlier, and it's also can be used as kind of cover for the Nyman team. So it's just deciding what they want to do. I think possibly now's the time to move the one in the 8-foot.
Okay, well, big team discussion at the moment.
Yeah, another long discussion like there was in the last end, but again, it's important to make sure that everybody knows what's happening and everybody agree. Well, not everybody has to agree with the decision, but as long as the skip or the person throwing the stone has to agree. So, I've just been delivered a refreshment, so that's nice. So we're still discussing this shot here and what's the best thing to do. They're talking about all sorts of things. They're talking about moving that one in the 8-foot. They're also talking about drawing round the high side on the intern. Talking about freezing the one on the 8-foot. There's all sorts of things being discussed here. What would you do, Robin?
Well, that's why I'm lead, so I tend not to make these decisions. Well, no,
It's a team decision, though.
I do quite like the idea of that little soft kind of back 8 foot weight, maybe a little check in behind the guard. I quite like that as a kind of an option.
Here comes the umpire to hurry things along a little. I think they might be, if they don't speed things up a little, I think they might be given a bit of a warning and told that they have to play their stone. There's no time clocks, obviously, in this competition, but the teams can't really take too long to discuss it. But as we said, it is an important decision, and they do want to make sure that they're right. And the umpire hasn't needed to interject, but he'll be on hand in case it happens with the last stone. So I think it looks like with that ice that we're going to be playing a little bump back on the blue that's lying just in the middle of the 8 foot. He's going to hopefully bump it back tee, and I think he'll be planning on getting some sort of roll either behind the one on the centre line or behind the other one. I might be wrong, but I think that's what they're going for.
Yeah, the reason the umpire was moving on there was we're actually now 10 minutes behind. The next round was due to start at 3:40. Anyhow,
okay.
Here we go.
Yeah, we don't want to be behind schedule on a Saturday night. Everybody wants to get out. There's things to do. And in case there needs to be any tie breaks as well, you want to keep to time. This one's just not swinging.
Got a bit of curling to do yet. Got a bit of curling to do yet. Has he passed it? No, he's not passed it.
He's not passed it.
But he's getting a little break there. He's got a little bit of a break because he's lying second shot.
Yeah.
That was a little bit of a break. Now, there's really only one shot for Cowster to play. Just come down and play it, please. It's called a double on those two reds. I don't know why they're thinking about this. Well, he's thinking about going for it.
Thing is that if he just moves that blue into the 4 foot, the Nyman team have to play a double. But again, if he plays the bump on the blue, he's giving them that shot to play. So, yeah.
Would you just not hit the red onto red? Try and get a
you
double
might do,
then?
but the only thing is that they're not going to be the ones that are important at the end of the end. The 4 foot's the important area at the end of the end. So I think I think moving the blue is not a silly decision.
Well, I think what he's going for here is like the tap.
Yeah, he's going to try and look to split it. It looks like.
Wow. Well, okay. So this one goes wrong, and the guy plays the young Nyman plays a good shot, and he's facing 3.
Yeah.
But with the 4 foot covered, potentially.
Potentially. He seems quite happy with his decision. It'll depend. I'm not sure. I think the blue is still lying shot.
Yeah, it is.
If the red was lying shot, I think it might be a different story. But because the blue's still lying shot, I think he's just going to make it better to make the young Mr. Nyman have a more difficult shot with his last. That's the plan, anyway.
The call here is what? Just to split that
I think it's
blue?
to bump the blue. I think he's looking to either bump it. I'm not sure whether he's trying to bump it straight back or whether he's trying to move the blue onto kind of in behind the long blue guard. And roll over to the other side of the 4 foot himself. I'm not sure exactly what, but he's definitely trying to move this blue. And off he goes.
So Aku Cowster, one of 4 teams competing this year in the Edinburgh International from Finland. Wild Men of the North. Well,
certainly got a lovely line.
He's got a lovely line. Okay,
and
so
nice
he's done what he said he was going to do.
Now, I think the shot here is the double, really, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Just hit that front blue, and he gets rid of the 2, lies 2 or 3. Oh no, it depends on this front blue, but certainly would put the pressure on. For the last shot, anyway.
Well, to me, it's just a straight. You just play this.
You just got to play. That's his only option.
Yeah. There's no draw in behind it.
I don't think there's a draw. I don't think it's finishing. And where that blue's sitting, right on the pot, pretty much.
Yeah.
You're not going to get a lot of cover. And
so he just hits that on the nose, bangs the double, and then says to young Mr. Cowster, draw the 4 foot, and it's a bit of a tight squeeze.
It looks like they're going for the draw. Oh no, they're not.
Or is he going for a double off? Is he going for the in wick? You see
It's a lot of ice if it's for the double. I'm not sure what the call is here.
Well,
to
he's
be
maybe
honest.
going for what he's maybe trying to do here is kind of play a nice little hack weight, hit half that blue, and roll across. That's a hell of a shot for
But
that.
this is his last stone.
I know. Why doesn't he just go for the straight?
I'm not sure what's happening.
Well, to me, you just go for a straight raise double and say to the other side, "Go for it, mate." If you draw the 4 foot, you win the game. I think he's going for this. You know, he's played in turn. He's played
out
in
turn.
Out turn, sorry. Right, okay. So
Yeah,
he's going
and
for
it's
this. And
overswinging,
it's
I think.
overswinging already.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's not.
And he shot.
Whoa.
That got a lucky bit. Oh, he's not
No,
shot.
he's not shot, though.
No. He
It's
did
a
get a
heck
little
of a
bit of a
shot.
rub. Yeah, it was a good effort.
So that's that section wound up, Kerry, because Aku Kausta
Yep.
wins that game. So he qualifies for the quarterfinals. I think I'm right in saying for the very first time.
Yeah, along with Kyle Smith.
Along with Kyle Smith. They play each other tomorrow, and the rest...
Tonight.
Tonight, sorry.
6:45,
Yeah,
yep.
the rest can go home. I should also tell you about the games we're going to cover. What's going to happen now is that we're going to have the cameras on the David Sik versus Markku Uusipaavalniemi, who is also from Finland and who is a former European champion and Olympic silver medalist, as it happens. So we're going to have that game. Certainly it's going to be covered by picture. We may decide to commentate later on. And then at 6:45, we're looking at the moment at the Rantameke versus Ross McCleary game, but we'll see if that game's not counting. We may look at something else.
Yeah.
So that's us. So Kerry, thank you very much indeed
Yes,
for
it's
coming
been
on.
a pleasure,
it's been great.
Robin.
Thank you for coming. And I've enjoyed myself. So that's the end of this webcast, and we'll see you soon.
Okay,
Bye.
bye.
Well, good evening, everybody, from Edinburgh, from Murrayfield Curling Rink, from the Edinburgh International Curling Championship. Robin Copeland here, and to my left is
Trevor Dodds. Welcome to you all for a good game of curling tonight. We're taking a featured game of Tommy Rantamanki against Ross McCleary.
And I think it's fair to say, Trevor, that we'll find Ross McCleary's team easier to pronounce than Tommy Rantamaki's team.
You're dead right there, Robin. Right, that's Pekka Pera, Jere Sulbermana and Jeremy Polanen. These boys played this morning. They lost this morning to Martin Lill, who is also on the ice at this time, and both these two teams are in the hunt to qualify.
They are indeed, depending on the results today. We know that young Taylor is through.
That's Stuart Taylor from Forfar.
He is through. We don't know yet whether he qualifies first or second. He's on a record at the moment of 3-1, but sits this game out. There's 5 teams in this section. Tony Rantamaki and Lil, they're both on 2 wins and 1 loss. So they can, if they win their games, they can get up to Taylor and they can involve themselves in a playoff.
And if they both win, due to the fact that they'd all have the same record, it goes on last stone draw. And we already know that Stuart Taylor, having played all his games, has the last stone draw. So that's how we know, Robin, that Stuart Taylor from Forfar with his young team have qualified, with Bobby Lammy, Gregor Cannon, and I'll get there when I look at my book.
I should come in at this point and bail you out.
Yeah, you should do, but
anyhow, I didn't know that's what you were going to be doing. First stone has been played.
Ross Fraser, Blair Fraser's brother.
Okay, so first stone has been played.
Top of the floor. Ross McCleary has the hammer. So a lot to play for these teams. You know, plays tomorrow, 8:30 in the morning. So Gavin Baird, left-hander, played with Ross for a while.
Now, Ross, of course, reached the final of this competition last year, where he came up against a fairly inspired David Edwards team. David Edwards will keep you informed on that one. David is actually playing a playoff game, which is just about to start on sheet 4, and he has to win that game, 4-end playoff game, in order to qualify for the quarter-finals tomorrow.
Yes, Robin, he had a chance to go through against Kiskanen from Finland, but the Finns beat him, so they'll go back on to a different sheet for a 4-end playoff where Kiskanen has the hammer.
And the winner goes straight through as second place in Section C, yes?
Correct. Our Dutch friends, Jaap van Dorp, has already qualified. They won 4 straight, playing very well.
They've done very well this season.
Oh, they've improved out of all recognition in the last couple of seasons.
Their coach, Shari Leibrand, she's obviously done a good job with these boys because they've done very well indeed. And it's nice to see some of these foreign teams get through. I think it was last year or the year before where in fact it was an all-Scottish quarter-final lineup. So
correct.
I'm pleased that some of these foreign teams have actually managed to get through, which is good news.
Good news for the event as well.
It is, absolutely.
What we're really needing to see is some of the better teams that seem to have ignored us this weekend.
Indeed, yes, they have. The likes of some of the teams that are up at the top. Well, Tom Brewster's here, and of course he's leading the Champions Tour. Tom's doing really well. He's on $31,695 in first place, fully $11,000 ahead of the next best team, Sven Michel.
Sven Michael. Nicholas Eden, Thomas Oldroyd, Peter de Cruz, Mark Pfister, and Dave Murder sitting in 7th place, who's playing in Canada this weekend.
But there's a few Scottish teams could progress quite high up the rankings here, depending on how they get on. Okay, let's concentrate on the game. First end, fairly tight as you would expect. Just getting to feel and grips with the ice, getting to grips with the opposition, getting to grips with their own performance. One of 4 Finnish teams this week, Trevor.
Yeah, well, the Finns have done, and Abu Kaust who's playing. We forgot to mention who's playing Kyle Smith on over in Sheet 5. Both those teams have qualified. They're both unbeaten. They're playing each other just now to decide who's first and who's second. But Abercrombie, who's been here quite a few years now, has qualified. So James Stark asks for an out-turn hit. These boys did well last year, just not quite on song as they were last year. They were on fire last year.
Yeah, they played very well last year, and they did very well too in the Scottish Tour, did they not?
They won the Tour.
Well placed. They won it indeed. Okay. So yeah, useful team. Ali Fraser's a good player. Ali, of course, was former Scottish Junior champion skip, silver medalist in the World Junior Championship. Great player. I remember seeing him play against Glen Muirhead in the final up in Aberdeen, and he played 2 or 3 absolute clinker stones to win that game. It was good to watch. He really, really played very well that day. Inverness.
So imagine pretty negative stuff at the moment in the house. Hit.
They're getting on with it. I suppose that's one good thing about defensive game, Trevor. There's no mucking about. They just put the brush down and go for it.
Some of the teams this weekend have been very, very slow, but there's one that's close.
Oh, it's a miss. No. That's interesting.
Ali Fraser too.
That's right, yep. It was Ross. It was
commentators cursed Robin.
Indeed, it was Ali that missed it. I did that all day this morning as well.
So Swede's going to try and split the house.
So who's got the hammer here?
The one with the hammer, that's Ross McCleary.
Right. So the Swedes are splitting the house.
Yeah. Well, they're line one. So early days.
I was just wondering.
Just force the one, maybe.
Aye, okay. Okay. Corner of the forefoot, just on or just slightly behind perhaps the tee line. Looking for a wee hit and roll here is Ross. From Ali. This is Ali's second stone.
Looking for the double here, I think. Robin.
Boom.
Boom. Yeah, that makes up for.
Job done. Good shot, Ali. Yeah, I'm glad he did that because it doesn't make me sound quite so stupid. No, but he did. If you remember, he did have an absolutely fantastic game in that final against Glen Muirhead.
He had a great year that year. He should have won the World Juniors too.
Yeah, he should have done actually. He was up at the 5-10 break. But there we go. So, out-turn hit being called for.
So Tommy Rantamaki, team didn't play well this morning. I tell you, Robin, the front end of Martin Hill, Fred, the lead for Martin Hill, Fred Renvar and Sim Sidink played so well this morning. Some of the best front end curling I've seen for a while.
Well, even when you and me get together in the front
end,
better than?
It's better than that, Robin.
Seriously?
Yes, they were pretty good.
That's going some.
But I hear there's some idle chit-chat about you, Mr. Copeland. Yes, I hear you're actually turning out in the Edinburgh International Seniors.
I am, yes. I'm looking forward to it with ill-concealed impatience. Playing with my old mucker Gordon Muirhead, who's, of course, father of just about everybody that curls in Scotland these days. Norman Brown, your brother-in-law Norman, and Hugh Aitken.
Shug.
Jeweller from Stranraer.
So
I've always been amused at the thought of people in Stranraer buying jewellery, to be honest. Anyhow, I can say that. My wife is from Stranraer.
So is mine. I'm probably listening to this as we're prattling on, so... Ross McCleary. I'll get this one. Two brothers Carroll, both were playing here this weekend. Lee's away home.
And Ross will be after this game.
Unfortunately.
Indeed. So that one just a little bit heavy, I think. And I think, are they going to blank? Yes, I believe they are.
Well, it's Ross who's got the last stone.
Oh, he's got last stone, yeah, sorry. It was just the way he put the brush down there at the back of the house.
Yeah, there's something we shouldn't be showing, Robin. There's a man on a phone.
Where's that?
Mr. Baird is looking at the phone.
So this is a draw out to the wings. This is the spot that Ali Fraser missed with his first stone, but I don't think there's going to be a hit necessary because that looks as if it's going to sail. Oh no, he's just hanging on at the back.
Yeah.
So this is this little bit of ice that Ali missed on with his first stone, if you remember.
Yeah.
That's why they've put it there.
So, also just try to run it away, first end. This looks like it's going to be a hit in the nose. So, oh well, Granny's off the way.
So, at the end of the first end, Ross McCleary's team take a 1-0 lead against Tommy Rantamaki. And we can't really tell you much because that was a very quick end, so nobody else has finished their end. We can tell you that David Edwards' game already has lots of stones in it in the first end. David Edwards against Kiskinen on sheet 4. That is a playoff game.
They only play Carl Kiskinen.
And we can also tell you, interestingly, that in the Smith versus Cowster game, there are a fair few stones as well in play in the first end, which is interesting. So, beginning of the second end.
Gavin Baird.
Now, just by the way, you can contact us by going on to the event Facebook page, which is the website, which is www. Actually, why would I tell you this? Because you know this, because you're actually watching the webcast. So there's really no point in telling you about that. So I won't. But you can contact us by email, info@edinburghicc.co.uk. And we've got a Facebook page. If you just type in the search banner Edinburgh International Curling, it will eventually come up. And you'll see that you can comment on posts there. And we've got a hashtag. I think that's the word that Kerry Barr used this morning.
Hashtag, yes.
Hashtag something about
EICC_2014.
That's very good, Trevor.
And the Twitter account @EICC_2014.
Brilliant.
See, and I'm not that technically gifted either. But I've said that about 5 or 6 times already.
Now, neither of these teams seem to be willing to take the other on at the moment, so hence the empty house and lots of hitting.
And the prattling of two commentators.
Indeed.
Yeah, that Mr. Edwards has just played an awfully good shot in the playoff.
Okay, let's see what the call is here.
No, we're going to get the corner.
Corner guard. Good man, Tommy. That's good. So looking for a corner guard to try to get some action going. So look for the stone to finish about halfway between the hog line and the house. There's the hog line, it's just crossing that now.
A big thick line.
Stone has to cross that to get into play, unless of course it's hit another stone that was already in play. It's just come on a bit too far. It's actually come on into the house, so probably not what the doctor ordered from our perspective, because Ross will step up and ask for a hit.
So James Stark, based at Kelso. Second season with Ross.
Remember, he used to be in our squad 10 odd years ago or so, east of Scotland. James used to drive up from Kelso.
Yes.
For a 9:30 session.
On a Monday night.
On a Monday night. Okay, corner guard's been asked for again. Sweeper's just looking after it. This looks a better stone, Trevor.
Nursing it.
Okay, so Ross is deciding, okay, I'll just come around that. I'm quite glad about that, because otherwise it would have been a very boring end.
So James Stark playing an in turn.
Okay, so that stone just hanging on at the back. He's got round behind the cover, but it's not really going to worry the Finnish skip too much. Rantamäki is going to kind of ignore it and try and get a better stone in there around his corner guard.
That looked to be thrown pretty big.
Second player, Jere Sulanmaa. Well, he's got a nice line on it, and that'll finish nicely. He's just going behind the tee, though.
Nice draw in there, Robin.
There is a nice draw in there.
Nice is very playable.
I think the guy that gets the first stone to stop in front of the tee behind that corner guard's looking quite good. This is Ali Fraser's first stone of this second end. Ali's a car mechanic up in Inverness. I didn't know they had cars up in Inverness, but apparently they do.
This looks a better weight.
This looks a very good weight. Sweeper's working it. And that just needs to finish, and that's going to finish very nicely. If we get an overhead of that, I think you'll find that stone is almost fully behind. It's almost poking out the other side. Good effort there from Ali Fraser. Asking the question. I wonder if Tommy will come round this on the other hand. No, he's just going to come up to it.
Sprung on the tee line. If he freezes on it, it's going to be short. Yes. Robin pointing out to me that Kiskanen took a 2. Dave Edwards was short, so just had a free draw for a 2 with lots of backing at the back of the house. So
yeah, David's not just been quite firing in all cylinders this weekend, has he? And I think you and I both want him to have a good weekend, because these are representatives in Europe, of course.
There's a good shot.
It's a good shot there, yes indeed.
Pick up here that.
So a nice shot from him there. Trying to get in behind his own corner guard. Ali's got to come up with a clinker this time. He wants to just kind of
half check
that red stone, doesn't he? the red stone that's in the house behind the guard. Sweeper's looking at it. They don't reckon it needs too much sweeping. Just keeping it clean there.
You don't want it to bounce.
Do not want it to bounce, but it is going to bounce. Now, interestingly, who's lying second shot between the blue and the red?
They favour the red.
They favour the red, but then he would because it says stone. I think perhaps he's right, though, if you look at it. So this gives him a wee chance to play a wee hit, and just a little check-in behind that red again would be quite a useful stone. Now he's even looking at rolling the other side but getting the double. That's quite a risky shot, that, because he could quite easily click his own red. That's the shot. Yeah, so I think the call is the intern hit will be not too heavy, I wouldn't have thought, across the face of it and try and chip in behind, just check in behind that red corner guard. That was the call.
Yeah, cool there, Robin.
He's going the other way. Oh, he's got that double. Oh, well, that certainly wasn't what he was calling, but he got it. He looked at that. That was option 2, maybe. When he saw the stone coming down and hanging, he went for it. Good on him. Suddenly, Ross finds himself facing 3 without the hammer. Corner guards, you see. And it was Ross that took it on first. He tried to come round first. If you elect to come round the corner guard without the hammer, you better make sure you're good. There's a pretty flat double there, is there?
I think if he was to hit and roll,
hit and roll, maybe. He's coming at it big weight.
No, it's still going backwards.
Going backwards, he better watch out here.
Might get the thinner double. Go for the thinner one.
Oh, he's got it too.
Oh, lucky man.
Lucky man there. He pushed that one up the hill a bit, didn't he?
Yep.
However, despite that,
the 3 is still on.
The 3 is still on. He plays a perfect draw in behind here. He's lying 2. Behind that red corner guard, that's what he's going for.
Noise level's gone up. I think the rugby must be finished, Robin. I think Scotland were victorious today. So obviously need a wee drink first.
Yeah. The intern draw.
Just to put it back where it was. We know there's a lovely draw there, Robin.
Oh, there's a beautiful draw round behind that. And he gets this. He could be looking at scoring 3, because Ross is going to have to come up with an absolute clinker. He doesn't want to go deep.
Oh, that was good. Just exactly what I was going to say. He does not want to be at the back of the house.
He wants to just crawl round that guard and be sitting.
Top of the 8 foot would be ideal.
8 foot would be nice. Sweepers quite like it. I don't know that it needs too much sweeping. This looks a very good stone. It's got to stop though. It's got to stop.
He's just...
I'd say he's come on just about a foot too far maybe.
Yeah.
Because Ross just comes up and just sits one on top of that.
He's got a draw for his 1.
He's got the draw for the 1. You're absolutely right. That just came on a foot too far. Sweepers were giving it a sweep. I didn't think it needed it. Easy up here, mind you.
No, you never lose from behind the glass.
No.
Your favourite subject, behind the glass.
Indeed.
When's the next?
Well, I haven't written one this. I've had nothing really. I've been away, so I've not felt it right to write from a distance. But I'm back now, so I think in the next week or 2 I'll have something up about this or about that. So here we go. Big stone this for Ross McCleary.
Oh, that was in to out.
Yeah, which means it's going to run straighter than it would normally run.
Sweepers aren't even looking
They
at
don't
it.
want to look at this one. And you can see what's happened. He's going to actually probably go past the side of the shot stone.
No, he's going to hit it. He's going to bounce.
No, he's going to bounce.
Oh dear.
Nose hit for 3. And you can see, you can't see it, but Ross isn't too happy. So there's a fairly run-of-the-mill curler's curse, commentator's curse. Nose hit. He's taking it in the out turn, interestingly.
Elsewhere, Kyle Smith took a 2 at the first end against Abercoust.
It's a good start for young Kyle. He wants to win that game.
Zoltan Kiss has taken on at 1 off Frederick Neumann. And the other game in our section that we were watching, it was a blank end. Martin Lilt was blank end.
He settles himself, slides out. Out turn.
Just nursing it.
They quite like it.
No.
Oh, he might get lucky here. He's got lucky. Yeah, he got lucky, but there's 3 shots. Interesting they took that on the out hand. I'm playing the in hand for most of this end. Anyhow, 3 shots.
Good end by the...
Good end indeed by Tomi Rantameke. He takes a 3-1 lead in this game after 2 ends. Early doors, obviously. Lee McCreary's team there, you can just see them just pondering. Well, you know, they took on the corner guard. They tried to get one round behind it, went too deep. And they were always up again it from then on in. Rantameke, on the other hand, took full advantage of his corner guard.
It could have been 4, Robin, because he got a very lucky double when he
did,
when
yes, that thin double.
Yeah.
Yeah. That wasn't what he was going for, I don't think. So, end 3. And lead Jarmo Pulinen. We've said already, but we've been very well supported this year by the Finns.
Yeah, 4 teams.
With 4 teams. And interestingly, Aku Kausta, we know, has qualified. Tomi Rantameke is in the qualification race. Marko Uzo-Pavoniemi is in the qualification race.
No, he's out now. He lost to David Seach this afternoon.
Okay, right, so he's out, but was in the qualification race.
And Kiskinen.
And Kiskinen is in a playoff. So the 4 of them have done their country proud. Well done them. Marko Uzo-Pavoniemi, of course, is the most famous of them. Former European champion, former Olympic silver medalist, beat David Murdoch in that that was a numbing game that he played, that draw he played to the 1 foot to beat David Murdoch in his very first Olympic Games 8 years ago.
So lead us to just play the same shot.
So just probably the most difficult game shot in curling, is it?
Same again.
Just same again. Well, it looks not too bad here. He's just asking, he just actually wants it just a little bit short, I think, to be fair to him. He looks okay. Up he comes. Dead in line.
Meanwhile, next door, Martin Lill was forced to take his 1, so it's 1-0 to Martin Lill.
So, a wee double, straight raise, and roll in behind that corner guard too. Is that the call?
Just a hit and a roll, I would think. You know, hit and hang about at this stage.
He's just going to...
Straight up. No, it's all right.
It's all right. Yep.
So Gary Sulman, intern hit. And that's swinging, Robin.
That is swinging.
That's going to take it. This is going to be
close to
almost horrible.
Almost, but yeah, but I think the plan there was to hit it on the other side and check across. Even get in behind that corner guard. Anyhow, it's not daft there. He's left that corner guard on the other side now. You can see it on the right-hand side as you look at the screen there.
Ross has asked for hack weight. The tap of the foot. That means hack weight. Just enough to tap it back.
Calling it to roll it the other way. You could see that it wasn't going to curl the way he wanted to do. She's trying to kind of keep it straighter to get a bigger roll there to get in behind that red stone that you see on the right hand side of your screen. Didn't quite make it. And of course this now gives Tony Rantamaki a wee shot at getting a hit and a roll in behind there. That's what he's called for. I see that he uses a stopwatch, Trevor, the skip. Do you see that?
Yeah. He must have X-ray vision, because I certainly couldn't do it from that end.
Unless he's just doing it from hog to hog. It might be a little bit easier, I don't know. Okay. So you could just see there that Ross was saying, well, if you're a wee bit wide, you can do it this way. If you're a wee bit tight, you can do it the other way. I think the call is to go in behind the red. Let's see what he does. This is James Stark. We've already told you he's from Kelso. He's probably the best young curler they've produced for quite a while.
They've got a new young chap called Cameron Bryce, who's pretty good now.
He's a good lad, yeah. Did he win the... He won the schools, did he?
Yes.
Yeah.
Representing Kelso High, but they qualified out of Edinburgh.
Aye, they won the James Young Trophy here, that's right. Yeah. Because the other young curler they've produced in recent years has been that boy Prentice. Keith Prentice.
Yeah, he's almost hitting the Masters these days.
To be fair, there's a few of them.
Yes.
Keith's son Graham played last season with John Hamilton. That team couldn't come at the time.
Anyway, just on the side, a big stone in sheet 4. Cal Kisselson is lying 3 against.
I'll let Trevor tell us about that in a second. In the meantime, there's an intern hit coming in here from Ali Fraser. They'd love to get a wee roll here. Try and use this corner guard that Gavin Baird put up with his very first stone. It's been lying there forlorn. Here's the wee go now. Whoa,
just rolled too far.
Just rolled too far, but I think it's... No, it's just rolled too far. So, they're playing cat and mouse with this blue corner guard. Tomi Rantamaki calls for a hack weight out-turn hit from his third. Pekka Pura. It might be Pura. It might be Poira. And really I should have asked before they went on the ice. Big rotation.
Drawing. Nice shot.
Just rolled out just a little bit. That gives them a little bit more chance to get that roll in behind the guard. So Ali Fraser, can he get this check? He's going to get it the other way. He's rolled too far though. Okay, so a little bit cat and mouse this end. Ross McCleary desperately trying to get some action going with the two corner guards he's got out there, trying to desperately kind of get back into this game, score a 2. And each time he's just either rolled too far or just caught it on the wrong side. Now this is going to be an interesting little testing shot for Rantameke. He's going to play an out turn. It looks like kind of hackish weight, but we noticed this afternoon that the ice just down this bit occasionally strayed to straight, so he might get caught out here if he's on the wrong side of a little path. Let's just see what happens. Settles himself in the hack. He's going to play an out turn
hack weight
shot, but they've not played down this bit before, so this might just catch him out. Let's see. There's a young man in the way at the moment. You can't see it on screen, but he's walking up. Here he comes now, Rantameke.
That was called immediately. Oh no, you're right, Robin, that's definitely straightened. Loud exclamation.
It's just keeping straight. It's
No,
just,
it's
all
come
right,
on,
though.
yeah.
It's just gonna, yeah, he hangs on. Now, you're Ross McCleary. You're looking for a 2. It's your first stone, and that stone's behind the tee and not going to be in play.
Round the guard.
So you've got to come round the guard. Why are you even looking at that stone? Yeah, good. So he's thinking about... Yeah, that's better. Thank you for that. And I think that's the one I'd try and get round if I could. The blue. That's where they were putting their brushes just a second ago.
David Edwards had a lucky shot there, got a 1. He was trying to tap back for 3 and he just feathered the guard.
So, back to this game. That score, by the way, now is 2 to Kiskinen, 1 to David Edwards in the second end, after the second end of a 4-end playoff. In this game, though, Ross has a wee chance here of putting some pressure on Rantameke. He's going to try and score his 2 here, and the first thing he has to do is get round behind this guard to make it really difficult for Rantameke to actually get his shot out the house. So here he comes, out turn draw. Don't sweep yet, guys. Plenty of weight at this stage. It needs to start bending.
It is bending, but is it bending enough? It's bending now.
Here it comes now. Now it's on quite a nice line. It's just running a bit far, but the one thing he has done, it's gone behind the tee.
But it's buried.
But it's buried. So it does ask the question. Now, if you're Rantameke, you probably just follow him in.
Absolutely.
And because he's gone behind the tee, Rantameke follows him in, and suddenly Rantameke's forcing the 1.
Correct.
I'm pleased I'm getting a lot of this right.
I don't know. I mean, 20 to 8 on a Saturday night, Robin, that's usually your bedtime.
He's got to play this perfectly, though. If he bounces at all, then he gives,
Ross will have a wee hit for,
a
move for 2, yes.
Yep.
So again, just following Ross out turn. We know there's a good swing there because that's similar ice.
Yeah, just run straight for the first half, and then it takes quite a nice wee curl, draws about 4 or 5 feet. 3 feet. Now that's a much tighter line than Ross McCleary took. But the early sweeping's probably kept it straight there. This looks like not a bad stone, Trevor. Okay, looking at that one, that's not a bad effort. He's shown Ross a tantalising half stone. He threw that up the line just maybe a little bit tight. Sweepers were on it quickly for line, so it took a different path from Ross's. If Ross squeezes past that guard at just literally back 12 weight.
No, I think he's going to do it the other way. He's going to try and edge it across the top of his own stone and roll.
Okay.
At a sort of back
at
ring.
That kind of weight, yeah. So just hit kind of 3/4 of it. What kind of weight's he going to throw here? Hack?
Back ring, I would think. Just needs to half it out. He's got to move it to the back of the...
Yeah, with that ice, that's looks more like hack to me, but we'll see. These are the stones that the great skips are the ones that they tend to make these.
That's drawing. That's away.